Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We've got a full house in here. Let's try it one more time. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, students, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to educate, to embrace, and to empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. The interpreters for tonight are Karen Reyes and Yvette Perez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. I also want to let everyone know that our meeting is interpreted live into Spanish with a delay of a few seconds. We kindly ask that you pace yourself, pause between ideas, and speak clearly so everyone can follow along. The first item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Excuse me, before we go into the moment of silence, I do want to give a couple moments things about that. Durham lost a great leader, Minister Paul Scott, in the last couple of weeks, who often came to this podium and advocated for making sure that we were teaching true and real Black history within our schools. So I want to honor him in this moment of silence, and know that we have a General Assembly who did a lot yesterday that undermined that legacy that he's left for our school system. So in this moment of silence, let's honor him and think about how our school system will move forward. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. I'm gonna pass it over to Ms. Sheena Cooper, our Communications Officer.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Umstead, members of the board, Superintendent Lewis, colleagues in Durham community. Welcome to our June celebrations. As we conclude another school year, we pause to reflect on the accomplishments, growth, and milestones that have defined the past several months. Across Durham Public Schools, students, educators, and staff have demonstrated perseverance, excellence, and a commitment to continuous improvement, creating countless moments worthy of celebration. As we close this chapter and look ahead to the future, we are proud to honor the individuals and accomplishments that have helped make this school year most memorable. Tonight, we begin with our why, as we recognize our Student of the Month, followed by a special recognition of a group of individuals who have helped shape and define Durham Public Schools, committing years of leadership and service to this district. Please welcome Don Jones, Principal of Durham School of the Arts, to present our Student of the Month.
Good evening. DSA is proud to recognize Mary Braithwaite for DPS Student of the Month. Mary's teachers and counselors speak of the joy, curiosity, and the genuine love of learning that she brings to the classroom. She is a diligent student who consistently strives for excellence. Mary is highly insightful and regularly makes meaningful connections between classroom learning and the world around her. Her ability to think critically, consider multiple perspectives, and develop evidence-based arguments sets her apart from her peers. Beyond her academic achievements, Mary is kind, humble, and always willing to support others. These qualities were among the reasons she was selected to serve as a mentor in our peer-to-peer support program, Bulldog Buddies. Throughout the school year, Mary dedicated her time to building relationships with and supporting not one, but two middle school students, helping them feel connected, encouraged, and successful at DSA. Mary exemplifies the values of Durham School of the Arts through her scholarship, leadership, and compassion. We are proud to have her as a member of our school community and honored to recognize her as the DPS Student of the Month.
Congratulations. Come back up. We have a few things for you. We are so proud of the work that you are doing at DSA, and we know that your future is bright. So we want to commemorate this moment with a few items for you. First, we have your Student of the Month certificate. Next, we have a Spark Pin because you embody the core beliefs of this district, and we hope you wear it proudly in and around DPS and Durham. Our friends at Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are powered for success wherever your bright future takes you, so they are presenting you with a laptop this evening. And we have a few friends with us from Families and Community Rising. I'd like to invite Terry David, CEO, and Cheryl Walfall Flagg, Executive Assistant, to the podium because Families and Community Rising realize that students need strong starts. And when students are thriving, that means our entire community is thriving. So to ensure that you can endure, to ensure that you can take on your additional challenges, whatever your educational pursuits take you, they are presenting with you with a $250 gift card tonight. At this time, I will turn our celebration segment over to our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Lewis.
Good evening, Board Chair Umstead, members of the board. As many of you know, well, you obviously know, four of you obviously know that tonight is indeed your final meeting as a board member of Durham Public Schools. And we are so excited to just take this moment to celebrate each and every one of you. You all have answered the call. You answered the call years ago, and you rose to the challenge. You accepted the call, you accepted the phone calls and you answered the emails and more emails, and stood at this dais to make decisions that's that's in the best interest of students. And as I've shared with you, you all are leaving this district better than you found it. And so that's something that you could walk out this door holding your head high, knowing that we are in a much better place because of your service to the board. The many years of service, I think if my math is correct, over 30 plus years of service combined to Durham Public Schools. And so at this time, we would like to acknowledge each one of you. First, Board Member Natalie Byer, would you come forward? First, we'd like to present you with this award plaque. Presented to Natalie Byer with gratitude on behalf of the children, families, and educators of Durham for your leadership, compassion, and steadfast advocacy for public education, 2026.
That's beautiful.
Now, this plaque could probably go on a shelf or a bookshelf or a table, and beautiful, beautiful, right? Got a little purple, not my favorite color, but hey. But we wanted to also give you the gift of our talent here in Durham Public Schools. So, thanks to Sarah Lewis, who is a Riverside artist, donating to you. I'm sorry, not Sarah Lewis, not yet. Malida, get this right, yeah, Malida Rogers, Riverside artist, is donating you an original painting. And this one is entitled Duke Gardens. Words.
Yeah.
I'll hold this for you.
I have a lot of words, so you may, that's
I'll hold it. Yeah.
but you.
Oh, wow.
Words, yeah. Been here a while.
Yeah.
Celebrate with me. Right, friends. Look at my family right there. Emily brought hers. Okay. Last Friday on Juneteenth, the extraordinary Obama Presidential Center opened in Chicago. In the plaza dedicated to the late civil rights leader John Lewis, there is a huge metal sculpture titled Bending the Arc. Sculpture is inspired by words made famous by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The artist of the sculpture, Martin Puryear, believes that the arc of the moral universe does not bend towards justice by itself, but only when it is moved by men and women of goodwill. As I have reflected on these last 16 years of service, I know that alone I haven't accomplished anything, but collectively in Durham, we are women and men of goodwill. Together, we are bending the arc of the moral universe towards justice for our students, families, educators, and our beloved community. I've been incredibly honored and privileged to serve on the Durham Board of Education since 2010, and will be forever grateful to our community for the opportunity to serve. It is both a humbling and incredibly surreal experience to see your own name on your ballot, featured in the local news, and solemnly take the oath of office. In the oath, I swore to maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina, not just the ones I agree with. I was sworn in July of 2010, a few months before Republicans took control of the North Carolina General Assembly for the first time since 1870. Since then, majority leaders in the General Assembly have worked to systematically dismantle North Carolina's constitutional guarantee of a sound basic education for every child and pass legislation that harms students, families, and educators. In Durham, our board and our superintendent have dared to dream differently together. We dream of a well-resourced system of schools where limitless potential is ignited for every student with equity and excellence for all. We dream of anti-racist schools where all are welcome, included, and embraced. We dream of disrupting inequitable systems, treasure diversity as a strength, and are building a beloved, inclusive community together. I love the dream of Durham Public Schools. DPS made me who I am. The educators at Pearsontown, Little River, Bragtown 6th Grade Center, Carrington Junior High, and Northern High School challenged me to write, calculate, be a friend, create, research, and ask a lot of questions. When I became a parent, I researched the myriad of school options in Durham. Together with my husband, we chose Durham Public Schools for our 3 children. I believe in our community and in living, working, and learning together. I believe that the foundational work of democracy and social justice happens daily in our public schools. And now more than ever, we must come together to defend our democratic institutions and principles. As an advocate, I helped found Parents Across America and Public Schools First North Carolina. These grassroots nonprofits continue to inform people about ongoing efforts to defund and privatize our schools. I came to school board work as a fierce advocate and community organizer. I have always believed in deeply engaging our community, implementing evidence-based policies, and welcoming the voice of the critic. I still believe standardized testing continues to consume too much instructional time. Professional educators must be empowered to address student needs with flexibility and care, and that schools must be joyful, safe spaces.
Every student deserves so much better than chronically under-resourced schools and unfunded state mandates. Our students deserve a robust state budget that invests in their future. As a board member, I have been privileged to have time and a flexible schedule to dedicate to this work. I've worked to be present, welcome difficult conversations, read every email, reflect voices from our community, and be responsive to constituents and colleagues. I've served as the board's legislative liaison, served on the Student Health Advisory Council, the Capital Improvement Plan Task Force, the Operations Committee, the Administrative Services Committee, the Strategic Plan Committee, the Policy Committee, the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children, the Budget Advisory Committee, the Arts Advisory Committee, the Academic Success Alliance, and the Ad Hoc Committee on Meet and Confer. I drafted dozens of resolutions for the board's consideration and adoption. I will not read those into the record. I supervised projects with student interns from Duke and spoke in classrooms with students from pre-K through college. I advocated and helped start quarterly meetings between the Board of Education and the Board of County Commissioners through a formal memorandum of understanding. These meetings help focus and align local supports for students, families, and staff. I advocated for restorative practices and additional personnel and training for this transformative work. Together with colleagues, I advocated for equity practices and community engagement as foundational to our nationally recognized Growing Together redistricting work. I joined colleagues at walk, roll, and bike to school events and advocated for infrastructure improvements to improve safe routes to school across our community. In order to improve transportation, we adopted a 3-tier model of transportation and express routes for secondary magnet schools. I advocated for and implemented improvements to living wages and certified supplements for staff. I helped the board secure over $513 million in bond referendum in 2016 and 2022, and additional local capital funding in order to construct and maintain school facilities. During my tenure, I celebrated the opening of a state-of-the-art facility for City of Medicine Academy, the new Lucas Middle School, which is now Lucas Montessori, the conversion of Tuning to the School of Creative Studies, a new Sandy Ridge Elementary School, the opening of the Whitted School, a new Ignite Online Academy, a new facility for Northern High School, a new solar-powered Lions Farm Elementary, and a new Murray Massenburg Elementary, and the new conversion of Middle College to Durham Early College of Health Sciences. Well, as with you all, the topping out of the new Durham School of the Arts, which will open in 2028. When the North Carolina General Assembly tried to remove tenure rights for teachers, our board worked with Guilford County Public Schools to file a lawsuit which successfully overturned this flawed legislation. I worked with board colleagues to end Durham's contract with Teach for America. When the state tried to take over Lakewood Elementary School and Glenn Elementary School, I rallied board colleagues and community organizers, and together we successfully fought state takeover. Along with board colleagues, I worked to implement 360 evaluations for district leaders. I helped establish the Budget Advisory Committee, and in 2017, the Zero-Based Budgeting Committee, which led to greater budget transparency. I've worked to cultivate strong relationships with the county commissioners and pass budgets that support the schools our students deserve. This has resulted in years of historic increased local funding for Durham Public Schools and increased salaries for staff. I strengthened whistleblower protections and free speech rights for staff and voted to adopt the state's first school district meet and confer policy. With my background in public health, I helped implement and support the strongest wellness policy in the state. In 2012, we opened the DPS Hub Farm, which continues to serve as a hands-on learning space for DPS and the greater Durham community. In the City of Medicine, we listened to health leaders and revised school start times to align with evidence-based practices on adolescent sleep. In 2016, we worked with city and county leaders to adopt joint resolutions on universal pre-K in Durham, and we expanded pre-K access with nearly every DPS elementary school. I advocated to expand universal free breakfast and the recent community eligibility provision so that since 2024, every student in Durham Public Schools can enjoy free breakfast and lunch every day. I advocated for more improvements to school menus to include input from students and more local fresh foods. Along with colleagues, I worked to quickly close schools during the pandemic while advocating for remote instruction, learning centers, food for students and families, collaboration with local researchers, and vaccinations for educators as essential workers. During COVID, I advocated for Chromebook purchases, outdoor classrooms, improving air quality, masking, vaccination, and nurses in every school. I advocated for investments in sustainability and renewable energy throughout the district, resulting in reductions in energy usage, federal grants for electric school buses, and solar panels at Lyons Farm. I supported this community schools model, and I look forward to its successful expansion in the coming years. I advocated for language justice and the creation of the Multilingual Resource Center for students and families, and we expanded the number of interpreters in the district. I stood on the front lines with educators and elected officials as our community worked to free Wilden Acosta from Stewart Detention Center. I advocated for more inclusive school calendars, and we ended the practice of makeup days on Saturdays. Along with Chair Umstead, I advocated for improved equity practices, culminating with the establishment of the Office of Equity Affairs in 2017 and the adoption of DPS's racial and educational equity policy. With colleagues, I've worked to adopt and improve strong policies that center students, such as our Code of Student Conduct and Student Discipline Policy, a non-gendered student dress code, the LGBTQIA+ and gender supports policy, and stronger policies to support immigrant students and students with exceptional needs. I have shaped 3 strategic plans. In times of change, I have worked with 4 incredible interim superintendents, Dr. Nicholas King, Ms. Kathy Moore, Mr. Aaron Bayou, and Mr. Hugh Osteen. I have participated in 3 national superintendent searches and hired 3 incredible experienced leaders for Durham Public Schools, all on unanimous votes. Dr. Bert Lum, Dr. Pascal Mabinga, and Dr. Anthony Lewis. These brilliant leaders have the most challenging job in Durham, and perhaps the most demanding board, staff, and beloved community. Because they all chose Durham and share our vision, they have joined our board in bending the arc of the moral universe towards justice, and I will be forever grateful for their leadership. Thank you for indulging that ridiculously long list of student-centered work. Alas, being elected doesn't come with a magic wand. Luckily, it comes with colleagues with strengths and perspectives to better shape decision-making. I stand on the shoulders of giants who have come before, especially those who led Durham through merger. I have been deeply honored to serve with 20 amazing and accomplished board colleagues. Minnie Fort Brown, the late Omega Curtis Parker, Pastor Fred Davis, Heidi Carter, Lee Boardley, Nancy Cox, Dr. Mike Lee, shout out to the back corner, Matt Sears, Sindolo Diamina, Frederick Raven, Steve Unruh, Xavier Kaysen, Millicent Rogers, Jessica Carter Otten, Giovanna Lewis, Alexandra Valladares, Emily Chavez, Joy Harold Goff, Wendell Tabb, and Chair Bettina Umstead. Our best work was accomplished when we listened well, assumed positive intent, and worked together towards consensus. The board and the superintendent are dreamers. Our principals and our educators are the dreamers and the doers. Nothing our board has dreamed could have ever been accomplished without the daily dedicated leadership of our brilliant principals. Our leaders have just wrapped up a school year and have spent the last long 3 days in their annual leadership retreat. They are amazing. And I dream of a board and central office staff that fully listens to what principals need in order to successfully address the needs of students and educators. Thank you, principals, for choosing to lead in Durham and choosing to work with us to bend the arc of the moral universe with us. I'm also profoundly grateful to all the journalists who cover our meetings. The First Amendment is more important than ever, and since 2010, local news coverage has dwindled, making the role of reporters at the News and Observer, Herald Sun, the Indy Week, the 9th Street Journal, and local blogs like South Point Access more critical than ever. Thank you for asking the hard questions and shining light on our work. My tenure on the board has helped me realize daily the critical role of thoughtful legal counsel and the expertise of Tharrington Smith. To say Durham's cases and investigations are complex is a profound understatement. Attorneys at Tharrington Smith have always provided wise counsel and thoughtful solutions to complicated cases. I'm thankful to every attorney and paralegal, most especially the late and majestic, brilliant Ken Sue, and the currently brilliant, extraordinary Rod Malone. Thank you, Mr. Malone. If Dr. Lewis has the toughest job in Durham, the runner-up would be the board's executive assistant. Imagine having one supervisor, but working for 7 different people. Imagine working early in the mornings and ridiculously late at night. Imagine answering telephones where every call is a new complaint. Imagine complicated meetings and adapting to changing technology. Imagine doing all of that with incredible grace. Now you are imagining Kathy Bisplinghoff, Julianne Gates, June Snyder, Sandra Clemens White, and the extraordinary Nicole Smith. Thank you, Nicole. Happy birthday. Thank you for choosing to spend it with us as we continue bending the art together. And to my colleagues, thank you for joining this incredible work and leading together through some of the most challenging years on this board. Jessica, thank you for stepping up to serve. We voted for you and you quickly hit the ground running. Thank you for serving as vice chair. You are brilliant, organized, and driven. You have a heart for equity. Page turn. And a willingness to work hard to improve systems. You've been a valuable visionary policy leader. Emily, thank you for your dedication and drive. Thank you for serving on the budget committee before you even joined the board. I truly don't know how you juggle everything that you do. You're extraordinary. Thank you for your time as vice chair and for being a powerful voice for equity and intersectionality. You're truly a dreamer and advocate who will continue making the world better for your children and our beloved community. Joy, thank you for stepping up to bring joy to DPS. You are such a gifted artist and your creativity shines through. Thank you for being willing to listen and adapt as you hear from others. I am thankful for your perspective that you bring to the board. Millicent, thank you for sharing your brilliance with the board. As a single mom, you are an essential and sometimes misunderstood voice on our board. You are often several steps ahead of me while I'm still processing, but when I catch up, I am always so thankful for your insight and clarity. You know the answers and bring focused clarity to complicated issues. Thank you for serving as our chair last year and for the additional long hours you poured into DPS and for helping Dr. Lewis be fully welcomed into Durham. More than anyone, you understand systems thinking. Keep asking the hard questions that our community deserves. Mr. Tabb, you are a legend. We first met on the beloved Arts Advisory Committee working to expand arts opportunities for students in DPS. You have always been so visionary and kind to everyone. It was a delight to attend so many brilliant theater productions at Hillside and see you inspire generations of young people. Thank you for bringing your patience and wisdom to join 6 women on this board. You are a man of few words, but your comments are always exactly what is needed in that moment. Now a moment of extra gratitude for my chairs, Minnie, Heidi, Mike, Bettina, and Millicent. You 5 have a unique skill set. On a board of 7, most people will never be chair and probably should not. You 5 have a remarkable ability to give your time and talents to Durham Public Schools. I am not exaggerating to say that you probably worked 2 to 3 times more than the rest of the board. You handled complex issues, stayed organized, built relationships with local leaders, dealt with complex legal matters, listened to 6 differing perspectives, and sought consensus. You unjustly received significant negativity and blame from our community, but I thank you for your tireless and dedicated service. Hold, please. Props. Bettina, you have always been a quiet warrior for our students, educators, and equity in Durham, and professionally across the nation. You led through the pandemic, the transportation crisis, the superintendent search, and through the classified pay crisis. You have been deeply engaged in the community and have led with integrity. You have been the most thoughtful advocate for our district. You lead with a graceful and calm demeanor that seeks creative, progressive solutions and reflects our shared community values. I hope that someday soon, we will all go to our precinct and see Bettina Hope Umstead willing to serve and lead again. And to my family, my husband of 33 years, John, my soulmate, my beloved, and our 3 children, Adam, Luke, and Elizabeth. Thank you for your love, your unconditional support, your wise counsel, your silly jokes, paying attention, and noticing small ways to make a big change in Durham. To our students, to our educators, thank you for working with us, in trusting us as we, together in Durham, dream of bending the arc of the moral universe towards justice together. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give Board Member Natalie Byer another hand. Thank you. Board Member Byer, what have you been doing the past 16 years? All right, our next honoree, Ms. Board Member Jessica Carter-Otten. Yes. Give her a hand as she comes. Again, the plaque similarly reads, presented to Jessica Carter-Otten, with gratitude on behalf of the children, families, and educators of Durham for your leadership, compassion, and steadfast advocacy for public education. That's that. And also have a painting for you from Sarah Lewis, no relation. This was entitled Eno River. Oh, there you go. Words.
Thank you so much. It's been a great honor to serve on this board for the past 3 little plus years, not nearly the 16 or other of my colleagues. It's been a great honor, though, to serve the community in this way. And through my leadership, I've tried to always lead with students at the center, especially the most vulnerable students, to make evidence-based decisions and to always ask for more data, to try to listen really honestly and deeply to the voices of those who work most closely with our students, to work collaboratively with my colleagues and try to hold integrity in all that I do and honesty in all that I do. and I've worked really hard. So it's been a joy and a pleasure, and I will miss this. I'm really excited, though, about the direction that this district's going. I believe wholeheartedly that we are in a better place now than we were when I came onto the board, and excited to see where this goes with colleagues that maintain so much wisdom that are staying on the board, with new energy and life that's coming to this board, and with our fearless leader, Dr. Lewis, at the helm. So thanks so much again.
One more time for Jessica Carter Otten. 3+ years on the board. Next is Board Member Emily Chavez. Give her a hand as she comes. Similarly, presented to Emily Chavez with gratitude on behalf of the children, families, and educators of Durham for your leadership, compassion, and steadfast advocacy for public education. And this painting is entitled Can Opener Bridge by Malida Rogers from Riverside.
Love it.
Well, thank you so much. And let's find, I don't have things written out, just, bullet points. But I'm very grateful for being able to serve this past 4 years. It's been one of the most meaningful experiences of my life. And people, ask me back then and ask me sometimes now why I decided to run. And it's something that I, felt called to do. And that's pretty much most of my answer, because it's something that I had to figure out why I was doing it while I was doing it. And I've been very honored to be able to move through the presented with the opportunities that I've had and move through those as probably this is not carrying over on YouTube, but there's a lot of noise that is provided by my children in this space. But to move through those with as much grace, integrity, all of that as possible. I want to say some of the things that I'm most proud of accomplishing while on this board, supporting a strong meet and confer policy to create a structured way for unions that represent our staff to engage with administration, to make recommendations. The LGBTQIA plus and gender supports policy, one of a kind in our state. Very proud of that, and also supporting the changes with our discipline policies more recently that will, I believe, only continue the work of lessening our disparities in discipline for Black boys and students with disabilities in particular. Also advocating for immigrant families, especially in this time of what I would call political terrorism, and being called in at times to really listen better and act and promote better action through our district, and also hiring our wonderful superintendent. Very pleased that I was able to be part of that, and very happy about the systems change work that we can see in both practices and outcomes. I also want to say that none of the things that I've been able to do would have been possible without the organizing in so many different pockets of our community. So I'm grateful to all of those organizing. And I know in Durham, especially, that will only continue. I also want to say I'm very honored to be the second Latinx person on serving on our board, one of the first openly queer people, and the first person to have a baby while serving. And thank you. And so to secure my lead in that arena, I went ahead and had two. And so, yes, but I do want to say my thank yous to my partner, Alicia, for her unconditional support and love, to my co-parent and friend, Makini, and to our babies, Elijah and Faraja, who make sacrifices that they're not even aware of to support this work, and to all my family and friends, and to District 1 for putting your faith in me. I do believe I'm leaving the district better than I found it, but it's been just an honor to serve. And lastly, I want to say some of my wishes for our district going forward, which I've already talked to Dr. Lewis about, but I hope that our district will only deepen Black and Brown solidarity, and that we will, if I had more time on this board, what I would love to work more on and think more about is curriculum that allows our students to learn even more deeply about their own histories, to promote more opportunities for African American and Latin American studies. So, so those are my wishes that I leave you all with. But thank you for everything.
All right, last but certainly not least, my chair, Bettina Umstead. Please come forward. Give her a hand as she comes. Again, presented to Tina Umstead with gratitude on behalf of the children, families, and educators of Durham for your leadership, compassion, and steadfast advocacy for public education. And this painting is entitled Tower of Tobacco by Sarah Lewis, another Riverside artist.
All right. Weird at this angle over here. All right. I never imagined that I would be an elected official. I never thought I'd lead and be in chair of an urban large school system. But when you tell God your plans, he often laughs. He saw fit for me to sit in this seat for this particular time in this particular district. My life changed forever on October 5th, 2026, when I was appointed to this board. Been grateful for the opportunity and humbled by the call. Thank you, Natalie, for wrangling some votes. And that board, Chair Lee, Steve Unruh, Minnie Fort Brown, Xavier Kaysen, who thought I would be excellent on this board. I applied for that vacancy after many nudges from a really good friend. She was like, "You can do this." And I was like, "I guess." And in my application materials, I shared the work that I've been doing walking with families as they navigate our public schools, talked about ideas for policies that can transform our work, and highlighted the importance of cultural transformation because we know that culture eats policy for breakfast. My imperative was simple. We needed a high quality public education because we know that that will be transformative for the lives of our students. Graduating from Durham Public Schools, our students should have options. Thank you, Principal Taylor. That will change future generations and our students for our students' lives and their families. And I know that high quality public education is transformative because I've seen it happen and observed that transformation in the lives of our alumni students. So whether it's Brian or Jaya or Aileen or Jared or Michelle, and I'm gonna get in trouble naming names, I watch how their generational shifts have happened because of the education, the supports, and the core belief that every single one of our students have promise and potential. And in order for that transformative shift to be realized, we have to be intentional about the 180 days, the 13 years, which equals to about 2,340 days, which really equals to 982,800 minutes that we have with students in our care. I believe the board's job is to create the conditions for our educators to work and for our students to share their brilliance. And in my time on the board, I'm proud of the policies and programs we've implemented to improve the lives of our kids, or our scholars, as Dr. Lewis would say. Got a little bit of a list here. So we shift from in-school suspension to restorative practice. We were intentionally focused on increasing diversity in advanced academics, and we have expanded the number of Black and Brown students who are in our AP honors and advanced academics courses. We adopted a racial and educational equity policy explicitly naming systemic injustices and calling us to disrupt and dismantle inequities. Our scholars are achieving and earning millions of scholarship dollars every single year. Our partnership with Durham Tech Community College allows our students to graduate with high school with certifications, credentials, and associate degrees for free. And many of our students are walking out of our doors right into a job career opportunity. We built new schools, state-of-the-art places for our students to learn. We've had historic bond numbers that haven't happened before in Durham. And under my leadership, we secured the largest increase in funding from our county commissioners. We're so grateful for all of their partnership of $27 million in 2024. And every year, we've consistently raised salaries for our classified and our certified staff members. And while we've accomplished our lot, our work has not been without challenges. I've had many a sleepless night in many of these. Navigating a pandemic that brought our world to a halt, a payroll debacle that tested our resolve, and leadership transitions that stretched us to take on more and pushed us into our growing edge. And despite it all, we continue to see our students grow academically and shine. I'm so grateful for our educators, the custodians, the child nutrition workers, the teachers, instructional assistants, counselors, social workers, assistant principals, central office, senior leadership, everyone who makes this happen. I'm really grateful to my family. Dad and my sister are here today. My friends and supporters, thank you for the numerous prayers. All the folks that stopped me and said, girl, I'm praying for you. The late night phone calls, listening to me vent, and for my absence at a lot of events. For the upcoming Board of Education, there are challenges ahead. The lack of state funding is hurting us. We need to increase our enrollment, and we have to find ways to keep our students engaged in relevant and rigorous learning. And for the board that's coming and the work ahead, here's my 2 cents if you didn't ask, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Remember our mission and our vision and ground yourself in our values. Equity, who does this decision benefit? Who will it harm? What voices are not present at the table? High expectations, our students deserve only the best, and we must believe that each and every one of our children can learn. We know that each one of them have promise and potential. A child-centered approach, keeping students at the center of every single decision, and we will continue to do that. And the last, shared responsibility. We must be intentional collaborators involving all stakeholders. It's easy to point fingers. It's easy to assign blame. It's easy to mold the truth to fit your agenda. But the work that we do is collective. It's one vision, and we have to work towards igniting the limitless potential of our students. That's our collective work together. Every win is ours, and every loss is ours. Every mistake is an opportunity for reflection, learning, and growth to do something different the next time. Our core beliefs and our mission and vision remind us to ask ourselves, what can I do differently or the same and amplify to further our mission to embrace, empower, and educate every student to innovate, to serve, and to leave. Our students, they, Julio, Nicole, Vincent, and Leslie, all of the students in our school system, they deserve our absolute best and nothing less in order to make sure their brilliance can shine. I'm grateful and humbled so much for this opportunity. Thank you all.
More time for our chair, Bettina Umstead. Certainly want to thank Les Turner, our arts director, for facilitating, securing these amazing pieces of art, and most importantly, our Riverside art teacher, Megan Fitzgerald, for teaching these amazing students these wonderful skills. So thank you so much to Les and Megan Fitzgerald. So you think about over collectively 33 years of service to public education and the countless number of board meetings. When I mentioned phone calls and emails, and those phone calls and emails were not always someone telling you how great of a job you're doing. And so it was some challenges on the other end of that phone, the other end of that email. So again, thank you for that. And my charge to the four of you is the same charge that I share with our principals. In education, we hear a lot of acronyms, the 4 Rs, the 3 Rs, typically talking about rigor, relevance, and relationships. And so my charge to you, these four Rs are relish. Relish in your accomplishments as board members over the years, whether it's 3 years, 16 years. Relish what you were able to get done during your time on the board. The next R is relax. Take some time, maybe on some Thursdays, to just relax. And don't say at the end of the day, I didn't do nothing or I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. You recharged. If you want to binge watch, as long as you don't have high blood pressure, I would recommend the polygamist. But binge watch, do whatever you want to do. And then reflect. Reflect on what you did as a board member. Reflect on what's that next move for you, because I know you're not done. And then lastly, once you're done reflecting, rededicate. Rededicate yourselves in service, whether that's finding your way back to public education in some way or serving our community, amazing community, in any other way that you may choose. So again, thank you so much for your combined 33 years to service to the Durham Public Schools community. Can we give all of them a huge round of applause? This time, I will turn it over to our board vice chair, Millicent Rogers.
Hey, everybody. I'm only coming to the podium because Mr. Tab would have it no other way. That's the only reason I'm here. Because I was going to stay in my seat. Okay. Jessica Carter-Otten and Emily Chavez, as you conclude your time on the Durham Public Schools Board of Education, your tenure leaves behind a legacy that will certainly be remembered across Durham Public Schools and the broader Durham community. Board service comes with difficult decisions, public scrutiny, and moments that shape not only policy, but trust, relationships, and the direction of the district. Every vote, every stance, and every leadership choice leaves an impact. And your time on our board reflects that reality in ways both visible and lasting. The public moments and the private conversations, the relationships built and sometimes strained along the way will remain a part of the story of our collective leadership on the Durham Public Schools Board of Education. On a personal level, I'm grateful for the opportunity to have shared this journey with both of you. From the joys of being on the campaign trail together to serving alongside one another in leadership. We learned so much from each other. I will always appreciate the encouragement you offered as I found my voice as a leader, remained grounded in my purpose, and stayed focused on my why. The belief that every student deserves champions and that the Durham Board of Education must always be amongst their strongest advocates. Public service is rarely easy, but it matters deeply. Jessica and Emily, you have devoted countless hours to advancing opportunities for students, supporting educators, and helping guide Durham Public Schools through both challenges and successes. For that service, you deserve our gratitude and recognition. Thank you both for your leadership and your commitment to Durham students, the lasting contributions you have made to our schools and community. I wish you both continued success in whatever comes next. At the same time, Natalie Byer and Bettina Umstead are moving into the next chapters beyond their board service, and I want to express a deep appreciation for your care, advocacy, and steady commitment that you brought to public education over the years. Your leadership helped shape Durham Public Schools through periods of growth, challenge, and transformation. Your legacy will continue through the policies you helped guide, the relationships you cultivated, the voices you amplified, and the example you set for future leaders committed to students, educators, and educational equity. Together, this transition marks the close of a significant chapter of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education. Leadership always leaves a footprint, and the impact of each of you through decisions made and conversations held, service given, will continue to shape the district for years to come. As Durham Public Schools continues to advance its mission of embracing, educating, and empowering every student to innovate, serve, and lead, and as we work to ignite the spark within every learner, the contributions of those who have served before us remain an important part of that journey. Your leadership helped guide conversations, set priorities, and create opportunities that have influenced the experiences of students and educators and families across our district. For each of you, I have a small token of my appreciation. I've given you each a little spark, a reminder of what we carried together throughout our time in service, and of the shared commitment we made to keeping the spark alive for every student in Durham Public Schools. My hope is that it serves as a lasting reminder that while board service may come to an end, our collective responsibility to champion students and believe in their limitless potential continues. I want to acknowledge the service of Jessica, Emily, Natalie, and Bettina, and thank each of you for your time and energy and dedication you have given Durham Public Schools and the Durham community. And while leadership transitions bring change, the collective commitment to ensuring every student is seen remains constant. Your service has helped strengthen the foundation upon which future leaders will continue to work of advancing excellence, equity, and opportunity for all of our students. May you always carry your spark forward, knowing that the light you helped ignite will continue to shine in the lives of Durham students for years to come. The gifts were made by a DPS parent. I did not do that. I did not make them, and I'm very grateful for his work. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Tab if he has any words, and then we'll go to Ms. Harold Goff. I want you to do whatever your heart's desire is.
Well, it's already been stated by Board Member Byer that I'm a man of few words. So this won't be long at all. But I don't want to minimize the service that you all have given. So thank you. I do want to take this personal opportunity to acknowledge the service of our outgoing board members. As your chapter on this dais comes to a close, I want to personally thank these 4 extraordinary women who have dedicated so much of their time, their talent, and energy to the students, educators, and families of Durham Public Schools. First, let me start with Board Member Natalie Byer that I've known the longest. Thank you for your 16 years of faithful service to our community. Your knowledge, your expertise, your experience, and your unwavering commitment to public education has been invaluable. I've always appreciated your willingness to engage in thoughtful dialogue and your steadfast dedication to doing what you believe was best for students. It has been an honor to work alongside you, and I thank you. To Board Chair Bettina Armstead, thank you for your decade of leadership as a board member and your service as a board chair. You guided this board through some of its most challenging and transformative moments, and you did it with grace, strength, and determination. I'm grateful not only for your leadership, but also for your professional relationship we have shared over the years. Your service has left a lasting mark on Durham Public Schools, and I thank you. To Board Member Emily Chavez, thank you for your 4 years of service and advocacy. I have appreciated your passion for students and your commitment to ensuring that every voice was heard. Your contributions have helped move important conversations forward, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to have worked with you not only on this board, but as a colleague at Hillside High School, and I thank you. And to Board Member Jessica Carter-Arden, thank you for these 3 years of dedicated service as we sat right beside each other. Your thoughtfulness, your professionalism, and your commitment to the success of our schools have been evident throughout your tenure. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you and witnessing your dedication to our students and community, and I thank you. Each of you have contributed in your own unique way to making Durham Public Schools stronger. While our paths may not always have aligned on every issue, I have always respected your commitment to public service and your willingness to invest your time and your talents in the important work of educating Durham's children. Thanks to each of you for your dedication, your hard work, and your years of service. And I thank each of you for accepting my perspective on education. I wish you continued success, happiness, and fulfillment in the next chapter of your journey. Durham is better because of your contributions, and I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to work alongside you. So thank you, Board Member Carter-Arden. Thank you, Board Member Chavez. Thank you, Board Chair Umstead, and thank you, Board Member Byer. Thank you for all of your service to Durham Public Schools. It was an honor serving with each of you.
It is always fun having words after so many board members have spoken, because although on many instances of course we're all very individual people and we all have different varying opinions, it's apparent that there are still those things where we share understandings. And a lot of times when I sit back and I listen to each and every one of you speak, that's when it's very apparent that at the heart of everything that we're doing, we're connected in a very important way. And that way for me, what that is that we really love Durham Public Schools. We love our communities. We love our kids. We love the work that we do. We feel called to it. We feel a desire and a need to do right by our communities. And so a lot of times when I sit back and I listen, all of this comes forward and it reminds me of how wonderful it is to be in service in this community. The Durham way, we don't always define the same way. but we know what it is innately. Um, Someone told me before I got onto the board, you know, uh, my journey was not so different. So I heard some of you say that I didn't realize that I was going to do this. I was called into this, you know, and then I didn't know I'd be here in this particular position. But someone told me, they said, you know, you don't know what it is till you get here, until you experience it, until, you know, you can't really understand what it truly is until you're in the midst of it. And so my gratitude is really, that's true, by the way, incoming board members. There's, you know, for all the things that we do, when you get into it, some of the work reveals itself. And I say all that to say that each and every one of you, including Mr. Tab and Ms. Rogers, have helped to bring me along in that process. That's what I call cultural continuity. So there's a connection, you know, a responsibility that you didn't have to take to bring someone into the fold to help through that transition. Knowing that Mr. Tab and I came onto the board, I described it when I first came on, it was like a train going down a hill at full speed. You know, and so knowing that for you to bring us into the fold, all the patience, the challenges, the courage, you know, when things, you know, didn't always seem to be coming together, you know, we figured out a way to make it work. We figured out a way to get through it. And as a result, we did some pretty powerful things. So I'm excited. I'm very, I'll say, proud of all of you who are transitioning into the next phase of what your leader, your student-centered leadership, service-oriented hearts will carry you. I look forward to seeing what that looks like, because I know, just like Dr. Lewis said, that your work is not done. I also look forward to continuing the good fight. Speaking from the heart, there's some things that are in motion, and I'm grateful for all of the historical knowledge, and evidence, and work, and everything that has come before us, and the direction that it's moving us into. I'm excited to pick up that mantle. I'm excited for the new energy that's coming in and being able to take that under our wings, that breath, and keep things moving. So that is all, speaking from the heart. This has been wonderful. I'm glad that we do this and take this time. One last thing. I didn't think I was going to speak this long. I remember, well, actually, I'll use an example instead. I'm going to call out a school, if that's okay, Bethesda Elementary. So when the people are getting ready to leave the building, doesn't matter if they're not coming back to that particular building, they're transitioning from that school environment. The principal lines everybody up in the hallway, and he acknowledges the ones who've been there for a year, who may be transferring, the ones who've been there and who are retiring. They all walk down the hall, and everybody on the end claps it up and acknowledges all of that energy and service and love and dedication and blood, sweat, and tears that they've put into that space. And so we can't physically do that now, but I just love the energy of that. And so I was wondering, since I'm the last person, if we could stand and if we could just give you all one good clap. Now, if you're leaving, you would stay seated, but everybody else would stand. If we could just stand and just give the embodiment of that. Do you mind? Come on, y'all, stand up. Come on, come on. And then clap it up. Thank you for indulging me. And we're really excited to see what comes next.
All right, so that concludes our celebrations. Apologize to everyone who is waiting on our agenda items. We took some time for that, but it's important to honor the service of my colleagues and our students this evening. So the next item on our agenda is our superintendent's update. I'm going to pass it to you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much. Just have a few updates. Again, good evening, Board Chair Umstead, board members, and our DPS community. Wanted to share some exciting things that are going on in our district as we close out the year. Next slide. Go to the next slide. June is Pride Month, and we proudly stand with our LGBTQIA scholars, staff, families, and community members. Pride is not just a celebration, it's a commitment to dignity, inclusion, and the right to be seen and heard. At DPS, we believe every scholar deserves to feel safe, affirmed, and empowered to be their authentic self. This month and every month, we reaffirm our commitment to equity, inclusion, and respect for all. Next slide. June 19th was Juneteenth, a day to celebrate freedom, culture, and community. Juneteenth marks the day in 1865 when the last enslaved African Americans learned that they were free, a powerful moment in our nation's history, regardless of what you hear around this state. This is true history. As a district committed to equity and excellence, we honor the legacy and resilience and resistance that Juneteenth represents. Let it inspire us to continue creating inclusive, affirming spaces where every student's history and identity are valued. Next slide. Over the past several weeks, Durham Public Schools proudly celebrated the accomplishments of the class of 2026. Across our high schools, thousands of graduates crossed the stage surrounded by family, friends, educators, and supporters who helped them reach this milestone. These ceremonies were a powerful reminder of the talent, determination, and promise of our scholars. We certainly congratulate our graduates and look forward to the impact that they will make as they pursue higher education, military service, career opportunities, or other pathways beyond DPS. We are proud of all that they have achieved and excited for what lies ahead. Speaking of graduation, next slide. I'm proud to share that the class of 2026 has reported a $60.45 million in scholarships. $60.45 million in scholarships. Certainly a true testament to the talent, determination, and hard work of our scholars, families, and educators in school communities. This achievement reflects our shared commitment to opening doors of opportunity for every graduate. Again, congratulations to all of our seniors. You certainly make us proud. Next slide. Good news, summer meals are back and are available at our DPS, available to our DPS scholars this summer. As a reminder, meals are absolutely free for all kids 18 years of age and under. Please know that there's no ID or registration required or needed. So to find the location near you, please visit our website, dps.nc.org. No, it's not. .net, dpsnc.net. If you have questions, please call School Nutrition Services at 919-560-2370. Next slide. Although this one is tough for me, a huge thank you to our, as a Kansas City Chiefs fan, this one is tough. So still, a huge thank you to the Carolina Panthers and Blue Cross North Carolina, who teamed up to bring the Field 100 Field Day to Durham Public Schools. This special event gave third grade students from Merrick Moore, Spring Valley, and Eastway Elementary Schools a hot day filled with fun, teamwork, friendship, and confidence building activities, from an exciting Panthers game day tunnel run to interactive field day stations focused on self-esteem and collaboration. Many of our scholars experienced the power of positive connections and healthy competition. A huge thank you to board member Natalie Byer. I think there are other board members there. And also, I know that he's gone. Durham County Commissioner, Chair Dr. Mike Lee, as well as Commissioner Wendy Jacobs was also in attendance. So thank you for being there. Next slide. Was mentioned earlier, we held our annual leadership retreat this week, uniting assistant principals, and district leaders for 3 powerful days of learning and collaboration, guided by the theme Align, Act, achieve. The retreat offered a space for leaders to reflect on past successes, align priorities for the year ahead, and renew their shared commitment to student-centered excellence. Participants engaged in dynamic keynote sessions, interactive workshops, and focused planning time designed to strengthen instructional leadership and build cohesive school-based strategies. So a huge thank you to all of our leaders that were in attendance and the planning team that made this possible. Next slide. Among some of the comments that our chair made earlier about our DEI dismantling, continued dismantling in our country, public school districts across the state and nation are experiencing greater financial challenges than those that we have faced in recent memory. But we are certainly fortunate that Durham Public Schools enjoy solid support from the Durham Public Schools Board of Education, Durham County Commissioners, and the greater Durham community. We are very grateful for our community's commitment to our scholars, to our teachers, to our classified employees and families, as we continue to look for ways to be a little bit more efficient without sacrificing the best possible educational experience that we can provide. So a huge thank you to all of those that continue to support Durham Public Schools. And as I conclude this month's update, I want to take a moment to thank all of our scholars, our staff, families, and community partners for their continued dedication and support. This year, we celebrated significant accomplishments. Although there were some challenges, there were significant accomplishments, expanded opportunities for our scholars. We've strengthened partnerships and worked together to address the challenges with resilience and purpose. And so as we look ahead, I remain optimistic. I remain hopeful about the future of Durham Public Schools, and I'm confident in our collective ability to continue building on the successes, embracing opportunities for growth, and ensuring that every scholar has the support that they need in order to thrive. And so to our amazingly talented scholars, to our supportive families, and to our staff, please have a safe and enjoyable summer break. I don't remember a year, and it's certainly unfortunate, I don't remember a year in the field of education, no matter what district I was in, that we did not lose a student, typically to violence. And so with that, I encourage us, every one of us, to be that village and support our scholars and create more activities for our scholars to take part in this summer. And to our staff, please take time to relax, rest, and recharge. And we certainly look forward to seeing everyone back soon as we begin our next school year. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. All right, we'll move to our next item, which is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we add an item 3C, the draft RFP for district right sizing and consolidation study. And then a new item just after this agenda review, a contract amendment, the second contract with the superintendent. Second amendment, yeah. Second amendment for the superintendent's contract. Is that?
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Rogers, Vice Chair Rogers, that we amend the agenda. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. I'll now take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff, that we approve the agenda as amended. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. All right, so that makes the next item on our agenda a contract amendment to the superintendent's second amendment to the superintendent's contract. We were able to complete Dr. Lewis's evaluation, and we would like to say we're so grateful for your leadership here in Durham Public Schools. After your listening session, you stated you wanted DPS, Durham Public Schools, to be a premier school district, and we're well on our way. Our schools are moving academically. Our educators are being challenged to high expectations. We're making progress in our strategic plan goals, and we're centering our decisions on what's best for our scholars. Now, our time has certainly not been without challenges, but what would a school system be without some challenges? But your leadership have kept us clear about what I keep hearing principles in my head, keeping the main thing, which is our students, and making sure that we're being systemic about the changes that need to be implemented in order to be the best in the country. So we're thankful and appreciative for your leadership, Dr. Lewis, and look forward to what's happening next with this amendment. Colleagues, I'll open the floor up if we have any questions, or excuse me, comments, not questions, or questions. Mr. Tab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to Dr. Lewis, want to personally say thank you as a school board member of the work that you're doing in Durham Public Schools, and especially how you have just made yourself really, really, truly available, not only to our students, but the families in the community. And when I'm out there in the community, that's one thing I hear a lot of, that they are saying that he's really, really, truly in the community. And so I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and keep moving this district forward. And we're really happy that you're here with us.
I'll go Vice Chair Rogers and Ms. Byer, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Cardon.
We're really grateful for your leadership, Dr. Lewis. Thank you for choosing Durham. Some people would say Durham chose you, but thank you and your family for choosing Durham. It is incredible for our community to see our leader be present and in community, and a parent, an educator, and show up authentically. And we're really grateful for that. We have had some challenges. There will be more challenges because we know federal government, states making it difficult. We want to make sure that Durham Public Schools, we know that you want the same things that we want for Durham Public School students to be safe and happy and cared for, which also means the county has to do more than just take care of the public school system. We're grateful for the partnerships that you are leveraging on behalf of our students, on behalf of our districts, the professional development that you are encouraging all of us lifelong learners to engage in. I look forward to your continued success in Durham.
So Dr. Lewis, you know, when you came and you interviewed, we asked hard questions, and we really wanted to make sure that you understood the challenge ahead. And none of us could have predicted how challenging the challenge would continue to be. But we have all been unanimous in support of you, your leadership, and your vision for our community, our beloved, messy, demanding, thoughtful, engaged, critical, but loved community. And so my wish for you is that as you continue to lead with a child-centered approach, you love children, you love being in schools, that you continue to lead as you have with integrity, that you continue to build the team that can support all the functions of this district as they support schools, that you have a drama-free year of just enjoying the beauty of Durham, the goodness of Durham, of this beloved community as you push the equity goals of this board and the future board forward. We know sometimes you feel, I hope that you feel called to be here, stay here, continue to lead here, and that the educators will be with you on the journey ahead. It's hard work, but it is beautiful work, and we are honored by your leadership. Thank you.
So, Dr. Lewis, a lot of things have already been said. I won't repeat all of that, but I want to say I appreciate your responsive leadership. You are quite responsive to things that arise and community concerns. And also, I have enjoyed over the last 2 years to see your reflective practice And I think one of the most important things as a leader is that growth and continued, just evolution. And so I really appreciate that about you and what you bring to the district, because you also model it our for others in our community. And then I'm excited about the academic outcomes. So I'll just say that I'm very excited, really pleased to see, that amongst all the other changes that we are seeing, those just our kids are learning and mastering um, concepts in increased numbers, and your commitment to addressing chronic absenteeism, and also making sure that we are addressing every student and getting attending to every student. So lastly, I will see you on the other side as a parent, and so it won't be far away. But thank you for everything. We really appreciate it.
I'll be brief, but just so grateful for your leadership. And I hope you interpret, all you're hearing tonight as enthusiastic endorsement for the direction you're taking our district in. I've really appreciated the integrity that you move with, the clarity and thoughtfulness that you carry into your conversations, our one-on-one conversations and conversations with community and the board, and your work to really build a leadership team here in Durham, not just a superintendent and a board, but a team that works together to lead the district along with the cabinet. So thank you so much, and excited to continue to see what you do for Durham.
I'm the only one who didn't say anything. To all of what my colleagues said, and I really, again, I would just want to reiterate, I really like how reflective you are. I, you know how you sit back sometimes and you listen to what other people say? You don't say much, you just sit back and you listen to how other people reflect on how they interact with you and what they have to say. And there's so many positive things that do come from the community about how you are engaging, how you care. And I know even from when you interviewed that is coming from a genuine place. And so let's keep it moving. Let's do more. Thank you so much.
Dr. Lewis, I'm grateful I got to make the call to invite you to be superintendent of this district, and grateful that we're able to do this evening on my last board meeting. So I would love for a motion to approve the Second Amendment to the superintendent's contract.
Move that we approve the Second Amendment to Dr. Lewis's contracts.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Rogers and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff that we approve the Second Amendment to Dr. Lewis's contract. There any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. That comes at the conclusion of an evaluation process that was rigorous, that we also have completed with Dr. Lewis. So thank you for your leadership and your service to the scholars here in Durham.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, to this board, thank you so much for believing in my leadership and allowing me to serve this amazing community. Have there been challenges? Absolutely. There have. Obviously preparing for the interview for this position, you see what you can see from the outside in terms of challenges, but boy, you don't know until you get here. Lift the hood up, pull the curtain back, look under the skirt, and realize no. I'm looking at the skirt of this table, bed skirt. Okay, we're not looking under any skirts here. But really realizing the full potential that this district and this community has. Often, tell people we can be so much greater if we get out our own way. Sometimes we circle the wagons and shoot inward. And I've told people that what I've learned in this short time is that Durham is both a verb and a noun, because Durham will certainly Durham. But this is what I know. The scholars that we have in this district are just simply amazing. And they are amazing because of the amazing educators that we have in this district. And when I say educator, everyone that comes in contact with a child, whether you're a custodian, a bus driver, or assistant principal, a teacher, a secretary, a bus aide, you are safety assistant, you are indeed an educator. And I cannot do my work without the team, the amazing staff, beginning with this cabinet that's so dedicated and puts in enormous amounts of time. And so I would just want to say thank you to my cabinet for what you all have done and what you continue to do day in and day out. Sometimes cabinet meetings, we debrief board meetings. Yeah, we do. And we talk about what we need to continue to do, huddle, and to continue to move this district forward. And I'll end with this. The life expectancy of an urban superintendent is about 1.8 years. 1.8 years in an urban school system. Durham is an urban school system. I'm right at that mark, right? But what this board has shown is that they are invested in continued improvement and continued success in this school system. And by your actions, you are standing up for children, because what happens when there's turnover at the superintendent level, the teachers, the staff, the students are the ones that end up suffering. So your commitment this evening has made a loud statement to our students and to our staff that the work will continue. And Board Member Chavez alluded to it in terms of the increased academics. I will say, although I can hear Al Royston in my ear now, it's embargoed. It's embargoed. It is embargoed. But when it's no longer embargoed in September, this community, the state, and the country will know about Durham Public Schools. So thank you.
All right. So grateful, Dr. Lewis, again for your leadership. We have both. Any other? All right. So we'll move to the next item on our agenda. Again, thank you to so many folks who are here and in the hallway waiting patiently as we move through this agenda. So next we have our consent item. Excuse me. Sorry, I had already flipped my page because we have multiple pages of an agenda up here today. All right, we have the approval of our meeting minutes.
Move approval of the minutes from May 28th, 2026.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byron, seconded by Ms. Rogers, that we approve the minutes. Is there, from May 28th, 2026, is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Before we get started, I'll do a quick review of the rules. If you're here for public comment, come on and make your way inside. Please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are being asked to present their comments within 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, and that indicates that your time is up. These public comment speakers could probably quote this for me. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we're very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in discussion with the speakers. Our first speaker is going to be Katie McGonnell, followed by Christy Clem. Ms. McGonnell, right before you come, Dr. Lewis is going to have one comment.
1 second, because I have to go home tonight. And while I was thanking people, I'm away from home a lot, and there's someone that takes care of home, and my wife is here with me this evening. Please allow me this personal point of privilege to thank you, baby, for allowing me to do this work. Now I can go home. Thank you.
Good. All right. First, I would like to start tonight by giving a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Lewis, Dr. Bass, and Ms. Beyer for taking the time out of your day to attend the retirement of our legacy leaders, Dr. Corey Hogans and Mrs. Dawn Moose. Together, they dedicated 44 years of service to Little River and more than 52 years to DPS. Your presence really meant a lot. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the flash mob. It was my idea. For the last 3 years, I have told my girls every August, I have no reason to go to the school board meetings. And then the school year starts. My biweekly advocacy began with the ill-fated grand opening of the new Northern High School. I shifted into high gear during the financial crisis. The following August, we launched our Montessori program with nary a Montessori material or furniture. And clearly this year has been a focus on mold. Dr. Lewis, I'll be honest, I graded you pretty harshly at the beginning of the school year. Tonight, I want to publicly thank you and your administration. Over the last year, I and our staff have learned a lot about mold and air quality. We also learned that there are no state or federal regulations surrounding remediation with the type of mold that infested our building. You are legally not obligated to undertake the extensive remediation that has been committed to Little River. We see you, we thank you. Your final grade is still being calculated. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize our outgoing board members. Over the years, each one of you has taken the time to respond to me personally. You've visited my school. You've addressed issues for surrounding Little River and my daughter's school. And I want to thank you very much for your service to DPS, but personally from me, thank you. Because you listened, action was taken. Special thank you to Miss Natalie Byer for 16 years of service representing my district, District 4. I also would like to thank her for not taking out a restraining order against me the night that I called her thinking I was leaving a voicemail on her DPS cell phone when in fact I called her landline, who still has one, at 9:30 p.m. at night at her house. It gave us both a giggle and a laugh, but thank you for not having me arrested. I am very grateful for the service the 4 of you outgoing members have done for DPS and for my kids. Thank you. And Dr. Lewis and returning board members, I sincerely hope that I don't have to come to this podium in the 26-27 school year. I hope each of you enjoy the well-deserved break and an awesome summer. Thank you for your service, guys. I cede the rest of my time to Christy Klum.
Hello, Christy Clem, physical therapist. Thank y'all for those of you that this is your last meeting, for the time and energy and effort that y'all have put into everything the years that you've been here. So I recognize how difficult of a position you're in, and you're getting lots of info from lots of different directions. So thank you for listening thoughtfully to that and doing what you can to make DPS a better place. I'm here to advocate for the students with disabilities, trying to get them the services that they are federally obligated to have through their IEPs. As you know, the PT department is 50% staffed right now. We have 4 direct hires and 4 vacancies. We do have a contractor who does 2 days, so technically we're at 3.6 vacancies out of 4. But I ran some numbers, looking at the last couple of years of services, and on average, a full-time physical therapist documents between 1,000 and 1,200 services per year. So if I do the low end of that and say 1,000 for easy math, because I'm not Mr. Teeter with numbers, and we're going to go into next year 3.6 people short, we're going to provide approximately 3,600 fewer services next year as mandated by IEPs than we would if we were fully staffed. And that's the low end. 4 people can't make up 3,600 services. And I don't know how to pick which students get the services and which ones don't. Y'all can help me with that decision. I would love it. Right now, contract agencies aren't able to provide candidates. We did the big RFP, hoping that would fill it. They've provided more than enough OTs and speech therapists to fill the vacancies that are needed. And so far, we have a goose egg for PTs. I've reached out to other agencies to try. Nothing yet. So we are trying. We are getting nothing. I'm stressed. Of those, just the 2 therapists that resigned in June, just a couple of weeks ago, they provided between 2 people 2,195 services, and 42% of those were billable. The district can get money, fee for service. So not only from those 2 people is that 2,195 services that won't be provided, 40% of those we could get money from. That's going to lead to lawsuit. That's going to lead to staff injury. That's going to lead to equipment being used inappropriately. I don't know what else I can do to advocate that. This is red flags going off in my head all day long. So please, I know I email you, I send you lots of numbers and charts, and I got a whole lot more in my head that I could continue to talk about. So please consider that into next year I can't recruit people without it. Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude our public comment. The next brings us to our consent agenda. We have a pretty extensive consent agenda that has been reviewed by the board in advance of the meeting.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second?
It's been moved by Vice Chair Rogers and seconded by Ms. Byer that we approve the consent agenda. Items A through AK. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. All right, the next item on our agenda, we're going to turn it over to the administration. We'll start with Mr. Teeter with a budget update.
Thank you, Chair Umstead, board members, and Dr. Lewis. And I'll echo all the wonderful things that were said about the outgoing board members this evening. And it's been a pleasure to work with you through some interesting financial times for public schools. So thank you for always being a partner with us as we work through that. And so IT has queued up the presentation, and we're at a spot where we can advance a couple of slides. I wish that I could have come in front of the board tonight and told you that the General Assembly had released a magical appropriation bill, and we had a very wise and savvy board member that prepared me for it. It's probably not going to happen, Mr. Teeter. And so it has not happened. And so we will continue to wait. And so we're very much, as the board is aware, very much dependent upon the state to take some form of action. We rely on that funding to come forward to support increases in pay for our teachers, step increases for our teachers, increases in pay for classified employees that are long overdue in North Carolina. And so we sort of still sit in the same knowledge that we've been discussing with the board for the better part of 6 weeks in terms of the framework. We keep kind of hearing sound bites that it's going to be great, it's going to be an awesome thing for public schools when this budget comes out, but we're still waiting to see it. So so the framework is unchanged from what we've known for quite some time, and so really don't want to belabor that other than just we need the state to pass a budget. We depend on that money to follow. We have many employees that we pay from state dollars that support all of the things that administration has planned for and that we hope will come to fruition. And so remains to be seen what they'll do. On the next slide is just a repeat of the same chart that echoes the only other artifact really that has leaked this whole time or has been shared during this budget process at the state level where public schools are concerned. And so remains one of the few things that we've had to work from lately to understand where things might be. On the next slide, we lift up a familiar slide where we just sort of share sort of our algebra in Durham Public Schools of the implications of what the state framework might look like. And we remain confident that we prepared appropriately in our continuation ask to commissioners, and are grateful for the county manager for supporting that from the very beginning of the local budget process, and for the commissioners doubling down on that and offering their support as well. While we were sitting here, another urban district just had a vote from their county commissioners about their budget, and it didn't come anywhere close. And so it's really stressful out there right now, even for our other partners that have strong tax bases like we do. On the next, we can move forward sort of 2 more slides and just again, the support, right? Just grateful for the stability that we have with the local side of the coin. I don't know how we would operate if we had instability with both state and local. And so we are very fortunate to have had the support of the local. And I've sort of lost count of the number of districts that have been seeking mediation with counties over their funding, or seeking special meetings, right, to navigate the inadequate support that they received. And so very grateful for a Durham that we have not had to go through that, and our commissioners pushed beyond what the county manager ultimately recommended in her budget, and with that specific focus to support the advocacy around classified pay in Durham Public Schools, and to support sort of administration's desire to refresh some much needed technology in the district. I presented about 5 or 6 sessions at the leadership retreat this week, and I got to do that in a classroom that did not have an interactive panel. And I had there was a very old dry erase board on the wall that was impossible to even clean, right? And so I get it, right? So I had, so yeah, I got to have that firsthand experience as a presenter in a classroom and understand that drive for the need to have some type of technology to work with in the front of our classroom. So that was a full circle experience for me after being up here for months, sort of addressing the priorities that came forward in the superintendent's recommended budget. Moving forward, 2 more slides. So at this point, really sort of no change, right, in sort of the math, how it stands. There are some things that may cause sort of these proposals to shift. If the state does something different than we anticipate, whether that's more or less or nothing, which we hope not, we will need to sort of revisit that because we do depend upon those resources and we'll need to react to that appropriately. And so just know, right, that I'm waiting for the opportunity to bring this in front of you and more fleshed out, right, with all the steps to say, let's go, let's operationalize this, let's raise this minimum wage, let's give our classified employees a step increase to go along with that movement and move all of that good work forward. So we're as soon as we have that state budget adopted, that last piece, we're ready to do that, and we will contemplate as a team. Seems like with the new board, right, we'll be contemplating when do we pull, right, how long do we wait on a state budget before we do what we can with these local resources, right? So we know we'll be able to do something without those state resources, and we'll navigate that carefully. But I feel like we're going to get a budget. They say that they're close, and it's been returned to the leaders of both chambers by the budget committees on either side, and they're working out final details allegedly. So holding out for that, but just want to stress our commitment, to that minimum wage progress, to the 1822, and just that investment sort of in the early grades on the salary scale. One thing in particular, right, and just a follow-up item from the last time that we were together on the work session on the 9th, just in terms of what would that minimum wage look like if we did something different for the coordinators and up, right? Doing what the state minimum is versus the 5% that we see in the schedule. It would lift the minimum wage 6 cents. And then it would just sort of the ripple effect would cause some additional compression in the scale. And so at this point, just sort of moving forward, sort of with that recommendation that we sort of adhere to the percentages that we're recommending, but still recognizing the heavy investment that we're doing in those early grades, so that we can make progress in that way. On the next slide, I'm looking forward to cleaning up some of this old salary schedule math that's been with Durham for a couple of years now, and getting some salary schedules out there. I've heard the feedback from the board for a couple of years, right, of that desire to have some clarity with it, and that folks can follow that. And so we're ready to roll. We have our structure in place, right, to have that in a very clean format that folks can follow internally and externally as they think about Durham, including sort of cleaning up some of these lingering issues. On the next slide, we just sort of talk about, and I just want to revisit some decisions, right, or some sort of recommendations, thinking in particular about bus and safety assistance. So the bus category, we operationalized a $200 per month supplement, for our bus drivers this year. And so that when you just apply that to the average hours of a bus driver, that has significant impact on the value of their hours worked, getting that flat supplement. And then safety assistance, we want to operationalize the $100 supplement for them as we roll forward with this. That will have impact on their income when you look at the average hours worked. And so we're able to sort of temper that, still wanting to give them that slightly higher than 4% amount. And so that 0.05 kind of edged on there because we were trying to squeak out just a few more dollars that we had in the bucket to focus on that. But both groups, bus drivers already have, soon to be safety assistants, benefiting also from the monthly supplement amount that we don't do for other classified groups in the district. But would be remiss if I didn't talk about those folks. On the next slide is just sort of a better conceptualization of the raw dollars that would be invested by pay grade. And you can see NC1, right, is sort of the bottom threshold for the district. And that's the category where we make just shy of $1 million of investment, right, to support those employees. So 965,000 and some change. And so just want to illustrate sort of what we're doing there. No one on NC2. So if you're wondering why NC2 is not present, it's a grade that we have in our salary scales for years now. No employees are placed on that, so no real investment per se. NC3 is a lower scale. That dollar value is low because there are 4 employees in Durham Public Schools that are on an NC3, and so that's why you don't see sort of a large aggregate dollar investment. But then you can see that kind of pick back up as we work into some of those other lower grades because there's large volumes of employees, right, that work on NC 4, 5, and 6 respectively. So just wanted to touch on those things. On the right-hand side of this slide, you will see, right, some scales that sort of reference MH12, MH17, MH18, right? So that represents some of our health providers that you hear concerns about. MH12 is a small population, right? So that's our occupational therapy assistants. And so when you look at the total dollar investment there, it's on the lower end as an aggregate because there's a small population of employees there, but looking to make good movement for them as a collective. And then on the MH18 in particular, our occupational therapists and physical therapists proper that we've heard about sort of reside on that salary schedule. And so again, looking to make a meaningful impact to that salary scale to make us in alignment with other related service providers, make us in alignment with other urban districts that we compete with. But again, it's not a big population, and so you don't see sort of necessarily a large dollar amount there due to the size of that workforce. But just wanted to make sure we hit on those highlights for folks that are consuming data and trying to interpret some things there. On the next slide, it's just sort of a very high level sort of summary view, right? No change there, but in this recommended budget process, we had a goal of 1922 per hour. The plan that we're looking at gets us to 1822. So similar to last budget cycle, not able to do everything to the full extent that we wanted to, but at least looking at a pathway to make progress on everything that we asked for. And so big progress there. Operationalizing the more competitive scales for OTs and PTs along with those OT assistants, and then putting forward that $100 supplement for the safety assistants that are on our buses. So looking to tick off those major items. Technology, right, was not related necessarily to the compensation piece. $1 million, working with the team to say, you have the $1 million, do as much as you can with that. And we've sort of worked with the technology team to let them know sort of what the punch list is to take advantage of that and what steps they need to go through to secure the technology that they were pursuing. So working on that very carefully. On the next slide, we do have some change to this slide. And so we were sensitive to board member feedback from the June work session. And so we've made some adjustments. And in particular, there are 2 items that we lifted up at the work session as potential cost savings. And so one was about $73,000 or so of one-time financial support we had redirected to HR. So that is no longer a recommendation sort of in this pathway, and pulling that back to allow those dollars to remain permanently available for the needs that are in the Human Resources Department. So just wanted to make sure board knows we responded to that feedback. And then we lifted up the one-time costs that we incurred for the recent RTI study on our central office comparability. And so makes Dr. King happy, came out of his budget. So this cycle, and so that's a tweak that we made. And so we just sort of revisited some other levers here. And so you'll see my upcoming presentation will sort of allude to work that we want to do with substitutes and opportunity there, and then just a minor adjustment to interest. We're just a few days away from closing this fiscal year. And so June 30th has gotten here really fast. And as we reflect on what we're working through and how we're going to be able to position ourselves, much like the test scores, I can't say a whole awful lot until we're audited and we have an audit that's been accepted. But what I will share with the board is that we're very happy with how this year has closed. And barring some surprise and an auditor pointing out something that I don't understand, the board will return its financial position to where it was in 2023 prior to all of the challenges that came our way with salary study issues and other various challenges with enrollment. So, so very sort of grateful for that. And again, we've July 1st, we'll immediately start submitting financials to auditors so that they can sort of test our numbers and question our balance sheet. But sort of moving forward with confidence that I'll be able to, I have some tools in my toolbox when this fiscal year closes that I didn't have before. And so very, very pleased to be at that spot. And it makes me stress the smaller things a little bit less, knowing that those big pieces are falling in place where they need to be for the fiscal health of the district. So, and that's, again, that's part of the legacy for, we couldn't have done it without the board and your support behind difficult things that we had to do. And so I hope, for board members coming off, watch that audit presentation and just and so that just know, that's a continuation, of your work and your support of what we needed to do in finance. So on the next slide, at the time I made this, June 29th was being tossed around. Today, not quite as confident in June 29th, right? It could be later than that. It depends on how those leaders sort of sort things out. And then ultimately we do need the board's authority before we make any kind of adjustments to our salary schedules in the district. I will work carefully with Dr. Lewis and whoever the new board leadership is on July 6th to navigate, is it feasible or necessary to call a special meeting in July to do things? I think it depends on the timing of what the state does. But just know that's something that we're watching and that we're thinking about, and just want to kind of prepare you for that. So it really will it's a situation where a week will matter a lot, because once things are approved, we've got to do a lot of hustle to get it in the system and make sure it's going to work. But we will watch that very carefully, and that's sort of front of mind for us. So in the next slide, we just call for any additional questions that the board may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter, for that budget update, for your listening to board feedback and the adjustments that you made. I appreciate that. I appreciate your hopefulness for a state budget sometime soon. All right, colleagues, questions? I'm gonna go to Ms. Byer.
So, Mr. Teeter, we have to convey our unanimous excitement about you and the work that y'all have led in finance. It is a tremendous lift that you all have done on behalf of systems repair and rebuilding trust. And I believe that the community is unanimously behind you. Is there a deadline for the new board for what's the date for payroll and when y'all have to have that in? I know that we talked about it one time and how much extra work it would be for your team if we don't get things done.
Absolutely right. So I think for us, some action by I would prefer by the end of that second week in July. And so I know for our certified employees, that will roll forward, right? We'll pay year-round teachers in July, just sort of as those state scales are constructed. And we'll pay them retro pay whenever the new teacher salary schedule comes into effect. That's a space where we also have to wait on DPI to do some things in tandem with the General Assembly. Classified pay, we're a little less dependent upon DPI to take some kind of action after we have a state budget. And so if we can have a couple of weeks of July to work with to rebuild the scale, get them approved, put those new scales in the system and make sure everybody is lined up the way they need to be. So we can make that work.
And when you're saying second week in July, are you saying second full week, the one that starts with the 13th to the 17th is when Mr. Tab will be back here? No, I was just like, I was cutting into his vacation. That's the week you're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I appreciate so much analysis that I know that I don't think that it'll be a difficult vote. So I know that the board will be coming back to make sure that we start to get people paid in the optimistic hope that the General Assembly stops doing veto overrides and gets back to actually doing their job. Because it would be nice if Republicans could agree with Republicans on a budget for the state of North Carolina, because we didn't optionally not pay our taxes for them to withhold. Thank y'all. That's exciting.
Colleagues, any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Teeter, for that presentation. I look forward to what you all will do. We'll move next to your substitute teacher methodology.
Yes. And so as we are just constantly, for the past year and a half, as we make system changes, evaluate how things are going, and opportunities for the district. There were some things, right, that came up in Meet and Confer in terms of goals for our employees that kind of sit front and center for me still, right? And I am still sort of wrestling with that goal of biweekly pay for classified employees in Durham Public Schools. And so over the next year or so, I think the board will see us sort of setting out some breadcrumbs to reorient ourselves so that payroll and the things that they do on a daily basis can run as smooth as possible, and start to set ourselves up to take on sort of big changes like that and have systems in place to take on sort of the things that our employees are looking for. This is an example of that. We do a lot of manual work to make substitute teacher pay operationalize in the way that it has in Durham for quite some time. And have some veteran payroll staff, and they don't remember when we started doing sub pay the way we do it now, right? They remember the change to bi-monthly, but in terms of some of the other things that we talk about in this presentation, like the history is far off in the rearview mirror. And so on the next slide, just start to kind of lift up those details. And so in the current structure, our substitute teachers, we do pay bi-monthly, which means we pay them twice a month. And they run on the same cycle as our bus drivers in Durham Public Schools. The bi-monthly also means, though, they run on a different cycle from the employees they substitute for. All right, so teachers are required to be paid monthly, and so all the statute related to teacher pay says that they will earn a monthly salary, and we'll pay them that way. And I know a couple small districts in the state that continue to defy that, and they pay their teachers bi-monthly against the state board's advice. But all that said, yeah. And so all that said, our subs sort of run sort of on a different grain. And so that does, it creates some extra wrinkles, but we are fine with that, right? And so we, payroll accommodated that years ago when that change happened, and that, will continue. And our subs are required to clock in and out to sort of account for their time. And we rely on our bookkeepers at the school level to sort of attest for and verify who they were subbing for with those checks and balances. And so as a general concept, our subs are paid in half or whole days. There are 2 daily rates of pay. But you can see just in terms of the work that we do to determine when it's a half or a whole, we're looking at that. We're assuming the 7.5 standard workday for teachers. We know teachers work more than that. But generally, right, that's the standard day that we follow. And so if we had someone that worked 3.8 hours, it rolls up to a whole day, and it's been that way for quite some time. And so we manually do that rounding. And so that's some extra wrinkle that we go through to make that work, that slows down that process. And so those rates of pay, it's 127.50 for non-certified, so someone that's not a certified teacher per se, subbing, and 138 for folks that have a certified background. That works out to 17 and 18.40 per hour respectively when we think about the 7.5 hour sort of standard day. On the next slide, we sort of lift up a proposal. Obviously, we want to continue the bi-monthly and support that. We know that our partners at DAE would like to see us slowly work towards, or quickly work towards rather, a bi-weekly pay model. And so as we make sort of these kinds of changes that we're proposing here, that can help us do that a little more smoothly when the time comes. So continue clocking in and out. And then looking to pay for actual hours worked like we would any other hourly employee in the district. We have a small number of employees in the district that are paid on an hourly basis versus the salary. Like our bus drivers are another example of folks that they're not a salaried employee. They clock in and out. We run the timesheet, grab the hours, and keep it moving. Looking to lift those rates a little bit on the hourly side. To sort of balance out we know we're proposing a change from the daily rate of pay model to the hourly pay model. I want to lift that rate up a little bit along with that. So lifting it to 18 and 19.40 for the 2 rates that would take effect for this school year if the board were to approve what we're looking at here. In terms of the advantages of that, like we've kind of discussed, makes the payroll processing a little less manual where subs are concerned. Gives us sort of a clearer sort of line of sight with how we administer salary, right? This is the only group that we think about in a daily way. It's the only group that any kind of rounding occurs, right? So there's a real outlier here in terms of how we administer things. We spent some time pulling the timesheets for the past year, combing over that hours work, like what were the hours worked, how did the rounding roll? And so that is worth $400,000 to us in Durham where that differential is concerned. And so in just thinking about that balance, taking 300,000 of that to invest to support the higher hourly rate for our subs. And then we've got the other 100,000 or so that we referenced in our cost saving slide earlier. So I know it's probably the first time the board's heard anything about sub pay in quite some time. I don't even think the rates have maybe moved since the COVID era when every district was fighting hard for substitute teachers in the wake of the pandemic. So happy to answer any kind of questions the board might have about staff's recommendation.
Thank you again, Mr. Teeter, for this presentation and your continued evaluation of all things finances in Durham Public Schools and finding ways that we can be more efficient and also do things that are going to be cost savings for the district. Colleagues, questions? I'm going to start with Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. I think I asked Dr. Lewis this. I have a couple questions. And the first one I think is there a reason that the board needs to approve the procedure methodology in this instance?
So I think for me, I will defer to legal on, is it compulsory that the board do it? I think in spirit of transparency and changing sort of a methodology of how we calculate something, just felt comfortable with that being a board item, right? That we're shifting from the daily model with rounding to the hourly for subs. And
excuse me. Yeah. Any decisions about compensation for employees will be a board decision.
Okay. So what you're explaining is that it directly impacts what an individual is paid, and therefore the board is taking action on it. Because what you're moving to changes the value of the substitute's day. The cost of the substitute's
Right,
day.
right.
Okay. My second question is it possible to split the two requests that you've made? Because I see two requests. One request to change the methodology of the payment and a request to increase the pay.
But meaning like it would be two separate motions for
It
the
would be
full-
two separate motions. I do have some concern about us raising one group of employees' pay before we raise all group of employees' pay. We've seen this with the bus drivers during the pandemic. We've seen this multiple entities over the last few years, and I don't want anybody to think that we raised the rate of pay for substitutes and the state hasn't passed the budget.
Absolutely, yeah, have no problem with it being split into two separate action items and appreciate, right, the board's perspective on that.
Okay, so I'd be interested in hearing from my colleagues about where they're landing on those things. Otherwise, I'm good.
Before we move to other comments, can we get some consensus? Would we like to split the two items from increasing pay and the methodology? Yes, yes. All right. So we'll split those two items. Thank you, Vice Chair Rogers. Ms. Harold Goff, I see your hand raised.
I was going to respond to Vice Chair Rogers, wanting to know where we would stand on that. I'm fine with changing the methodology to an hourly rate at the same rate of pay that the hourly rate currently is at. I think it is interesting. I used to substitute teach here in Durham Public Schools, and there was never a time where I wasn't in the building. If I was there, if it was a half day or a whole day, rarely did they send me out of the building before I completed. There was always something that was needed in the building. So I'm sure that our substitutes will get all of those hours on an hourly rate.
Mr. Tab?
I just want to be clear about substitutes. There are some that are paid on a different, certified substitutes are paid differently. So are we talking that their hourly rate will still be different?
Whatever decision we make, right, with the two decisions in front of us, no matter how the board reacts to those two decisions, the certified group will continue to have a higher rate than the folks who are not certified.
Thank you.
Ms. Byram?
So I appreciate how Vice Chair Rogers thought of what I didn't think of about splitting this so that we're consistent into two motions. I wish that we could all have the joy of increasing sub-hourly rates tonight, because I think that would be a lovely way to leave here tonight. But I also agree with the concern that we're waiting on the state budget. I think when I previewed this earlier, there was the idea of coming to raise the rate came to you because you saw and can't even find when we last raised it. And so I do strongly believe, and I think others do too, that it is well overdue. Yeah. So I would make a motion that we change our structure of pay for substitute teachers to paying folks hourly in 26, 27, right?
I think effective 26, 27 pass, so it will be in place past 26, 27, correct?
Effective, yes. Exactly that.
It's been moved by Ms. Byron, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Tab.
I just want to yield back to the attorney to make sure that this falls in line with what is required from state. If they don't, it just has nothing to do with the budget, or it does.
Sorry.
Do you wanna
No,
make-
no, it does not.
I think, right, and I think, I should have said this in my presentation for the board too. I've done it both ways in my career, right? And so both ways are acceptable ways for processing and in the case of Durham, sort of making this shift, right, is beneficial for us in a couple ways.
Vice Chair Rogers.
I just want to be clear. I support raising the rate of pay for substitutes, and I will support it in the future. Should it come back in front of the board, I hope you'll bring it back. I don't know if it will prevail at that time. Hopefully, the state will indeed pass a budget, but yeah, it's not that I don't want to do that. It's that we need to be equitable and make sure we're doing things in order with everybody across the board.
I think hearing the board's perspective on that, I think I tend to agree and appreciate you navigating us around a potential issue with our other groups. And we're at the same moment that we bring the classified scales, we'll bring substitute rates in tandem with that.
Any other discussion? I would just add, I appreciate you kind of uplifting this, and I hope that we can get in a regular cadence of thinking about increasing substitute pay. I do think I remember when we went to bi-monthly and when we increased it, but it was a while ago. And so really hope that we can get that as a part of our cadence as we're reviewing salaries and compensation. So all right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. I just want to, Mr. Teeter, before you leave, just be clear, is Ms. Vice Chair Rogers, the direction also, would you like to see this come back with the classified salaries? Was that clear? I know you said that, Mr. Teeter, but I just want to make sure. Was that
Absolutely.
clear? Okay, so we'll see this increase come back in the fall. Ms. Cardon.
The other thing that I'd be curious about, well, I won't be here to see it when you bring it back, but if I were, I would want to see how we compare to neighboring counties and how we're doing also with like filling our, the fill rate with the subs. I have concerns about there not being enough subs to serve our schools. So if we have issues like that, then it might be a more urgent problem we need to solve. And so maybe if that could come in partnership with the other pay scales. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Teeter. Oh, sorry, Ms. Byer has one more.
But we're just chatty tonight. And I'm probably the worst of it. I think it's important for those paying attention to understand that we are not trying to save money on people. That $400,000, we are trying to get as close to kind of a net zero as we change this methodology as possible and increase folks' rate of pay. I think it'll be interesting for folks to start looking at the supplement, the teacher supplement, as y'all go into budget season pretty early, because apparently we fell again and that we cannot do. So that's going to be another future challenge.
Ms. Byer, when you say we fail again, that means that other districts have moved up their supplements and
Right.
we've fallen behind, not that we've reduced with our supplement.
Just good clarity there. Good clarity. We have to stay competitive in the triangle. Because I think we're in 10th. Is that the Public School Forum report? Yeah. Yep.
All right, thank you, Mr. Teeter. The next item on our agenda is we added 3C. It's going to be the RFP. I'll invite Mr. Kim Barnes, for district right sizing, to the podium.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Lewis. Just in case you can't tell, I'm not Devin Mitchell. I'm still Kenneth Barnes, but tonight I would like to present her work on district right sizing and consolidation study and draft RFP review. Well, our pre-season tonight, our main points are possible approval to release an RFP for a comprehensive district-wide right sizing consolidation study. The selected consultant will provide data-driven recommendation, consolidation scenarios, financial impact analysis, and community engagement outcomes to support future board decision-making regarding the district facility footprint. Purpose of this RFP is to complete a comprehensive district-wide right sizing and consolidation study. This study will address changes in capacity and enrollment trends, building capacity, high-quality learning environment, maximizing facility conditions, improving learning environments, and also maximizing operational efficiency and reducing fixed costs. Next slide, please. The scope of work will include demographic and enrollment analysis, which includes a 10-year enrollment projection. We'll also look at birth rates, housing trends, as well as capacity review, which will identify overcrowding and underutilization of our schools, as well as a boundary optimization and consolidation and feasibility study. Next slide. This study will also quantify consolidation options where costs to repair exceeds costs to replace. This study will also provide a cost-benefit analysis for consolidating smaller or aging schools into modern, more larger facilities. Our deliverables are a baseline report, which would include status of all DPS facilities and a 10-year growth forecast, scenario models, financial impact statement that includes estimated cost savings from consolidation versus capital costs for new builds or expansions. Our deliverables will also include community engagement by conducting town halls and stakeholder surveys to gather feedback on any proposed changes in our district. Next slide, please. You can also see a project timeline for this RFP study. Next slide, please. Okay, I will try to answer any questions or concerns you may have about this RFP.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes, for the presentation. This is in response to the board's questions at our last meeting regarding this item. Colleagues, there were questions, concerns? Start with Ms. Carter Ott, and then I'll come to your side.
Thanks so much, Mr. Barnes. I was just curious to know, so in looking at the scope of work, I wonder if we could put the slides back up as we ask questions about them. Because feels like there's already been some work done on B and D to accomplish B and D. And I'm wondering what the plans are, if there are plans to ask this entity that we bring on to build on the work that's already been done, so that we're not redoing something we've done already. Do you want me to tell you what B and D are, since it's not?
Yeah, we have absolutely done this work, Ms. Carter Alton, but we were going to get a third-party review of the work to make sure that what they're finding is the same thing that we're finding on that.
Okay, thank you. And then also I was, of course, appreciate seeing the plan for community engagement in, it's listed in the deliverables, but not in the scope of work. And I guess I'm curious about like and as I was reading through the actual RFP, wondering what the intent, if I wrote the RFP, I would have more specificity around what I wanted to learn in the community engagement, because it feels different if we are asking someone to say, like, go out and talk to the community about, like, do you want to consolidate schools? Which schools do you feel like? That feels different than like, how might this be done in a way that minimizes burdens on folks or makes it less burdensome or and optimizes benefits, right? And maybe that's it. Maybe it doesn't need to be as clear in the RFP, but it feels like at least whoever comes on to do this work needs to be really clear on what they're trying to learn. My other note would be that in the deliverables, it has the town halls and the survey listed as the deliverable, but it feels like the deliverable should be like a final report that summarizes the findings from those things, right? The quantitative and the qualitative findings wrapped up in a bow and says, here's what we've learned and here's how we're going to incorporate it into the recommendations for you. So that is my only other feedback. Didn't know
Yeah.
if you had any thoughts or other things y'all have talked about related to those things.
Well, we wanted to bring this tonight and get feedback from you. And so if those things that you want to add to that, we can definitely add those things to the RFP.
Curious to know how colleagues feel about that, or if that makes sense to folks, or if you had similar questions or different ones.
I'm gonna go Ms. Harold off and then I'll go to you, Ms. Byer.
I was just gonna say, thank you for lifting those things up. I understand that the question that I had was, were we going to be having the feedback, was this going to build off of information that we already had? And I appreciate your answer that it's kind of like a checks and balances. I like the comment about being very specific in the RFP about what we want to gather from the community engagement so that it's so that we can focus on being just as robust with that as we can. So thank you for lifting up those. I second what you were saying. I don't know, motion, but agree.
So Ms. Byer, then I'll come to you, Vice Chair Rogers.
Oh, I was just chiming into of support of more robust language about deliverables and community engagement. But I also think I may have a list and others might be of like other edits we might want to make. And I'm just wondering who's capturing, because y'all are on a very tight timeline. And so I want to make sure if we make a motion that we've been clear. So if, I guess,
Are you gonna start a list of edits now?
yeah, I got a weird list, but I'm not sure that I fully captured in Ms. Carter Otten's words what her list is. And so I don't want to.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, before you jump there, let's
Uh-huh.
make sure there's some consensus around Ms. Carter Otten's point around the deliverables. Can you repeat that, Ms. Carter Otten, again?
One thing would be to, in the language around the deliverable, to make it a true deliverable, which is like a product that we would receive. In my mind, that's a report at the end. It could be something else, but it feels like a report that comes from the surveys and the town halls that compiles the feedback received and summarizes how it will be used or how it's being used to inform the proposals that come back to the board. So that I think at minimum we should do. And then my other question was like getting specific on what we want to learn from the engagement. I think another concern I didn't state initially was just like, we don't want to go out to the community and ask for information that we're not going to be able to use or that we can't use. We want it to be, because we want the community to understand that when we ask them for something, we really care to hear their perspective and it's going to be incorporated, not just asking them because we have to do the thing and then we do something else anyway.
So the change you would like to see is the deliverable be a report. To make sure there's a report, a comprehensive report in there. From the community, like, so, because I'm looking at the required deliverables, there's 4 items there. And you're saying you want to see a comprehensive report that also includes that town hall feedback, et cetera.
Would that not be included in the baseline report?
Not clear.
It's
Yes,
not.
No, not the town hall feedback.
Not in the baseline.
Baseline is the
Okay.
conditions of the status of the facilities.
I think I made an assumption that all of it would get included in the report, but maybe we just need to put it more explicitly, kind of the final deliverable has a report that includes feedback from the community engagement, the financial impacts, scenario models, the baseline report.
I think we had intended that everything that the RFP consultant was going to bring was going to be included in the report for the board.
Yeah, okay. So is there consensus around wanting to maybe see just a little more explicit there? All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Byer, I'll go to you. Oh, I'm sorry.
So my question was around B, capacity and utilization review, consolidation feasibility study, the B and D that Ms. Carter Otten was talking about as well. This feels, I appreciate the work y'all put into this, and I know that this is what y'all do every day, and this is not what we do. I do know that when the board, the board and the district took on Growing Together, that they took on a lot of standards, a lot of expectations and requirements, goals around programming. Is there a way to ask the consultant to layer those requests in for feasibility of those standards being included as we think about how we move forward as a district with right sizing and consolidating? I think it's important for me that we don't lose the diversity and socioeconomic status that we were going towards, that we don't lose access to programming's equity and access to programming, and that be assessed as whether or not it's feasible to continue those goals that were set then. So we're not abandoning them without it feels disingenuous, but like I don't want to abandon those goals. Those are still the heart and values of our communities. But if we have to let something go, or if it's going to cost billions of dollars for us to maintain, we need to know that. And I hope that we can get some of that information out of this report and the work that's coming.
But what I'm hearing is to make sure that the growing together goals that we had are included in the report for right sizing the district. We don't want to abandon the growing together goals that we have in place now without a great explanation.
Right. With an assessment of that.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, my colleagues agree that that's what we should be doing.
That was one of my questions, was like, if y'all, because it was not explicitly stated that the consultant would take into account that work that divided our community into 5 regions at least, that is based on those foundational equity kind of goals that we derived. Because I didn't see it in there, I didn't know, I assumed you all were ready to throw it out and like just bring a consultant. And so I think if we're going to be explicit, the one way I thought about being explicit was to list it, but also for maybe instead of 3 scenarios they bring 2 with growing together as a foundation and 2 that are like a new way of thinking about it. I don't know, but I wondered about that. That was a similar wondering that I had that we hadn't talked about, but great minds think alike. No.
I'm gonna break that request into 2. One, that growing together, goals and objectives, core beliefs in some ways be explicitly listed in the RFP. And then the second being changing one of the deliverables to say at least one of the models, at least 2 of the models, maybe we could say at least some X number of models include the growing together. So for the first one, a feeling like we want to have growing together's goals and objectives explicitly listed in the RFP. Is there consensus on that? Yes, okay. All right. Mr. Barnes, you good? And then the second part of that is saying at least, Ms. Byer said 2, we could insert X number of the scenario models that are delivered by the company would have be layered into the growing together. We good with 2? Do we want Vice Chair Rogers?
It sounds like we want them to say, bring us a model that looks similar to what we're working on. I'd rather them explain if adhering to this value or adhering to the this particular core belief is outside the expanse of our budget and outside the expanse of the state of our buildings. And so if we say one or two plans has to speak to the core of growing together, then they could say, okay, you can do growing together, but it's going to cost you, you need to build 3 buildings and it's going to cost $100 billion. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea how much it would cost. That would make it unattainable. And so I don't want to, I don't want them to put a proposal in front of us that we can't accomplish. If that makes sense. I don't.
Ms. Carter on.
I think I agree with that. I also just wanted to kind of flesh out that idea some before I voted on it, because I don't want to get boxed in. I don't want the future board to get boxed in, or this company to get boxed in to what they're doing, and for us to say you have to just stick with what we've done before. I kind of am more interested in the crosswalking of the two, so that the board has all the information they need and we can see how that looks moving forward, rather than saying we have to do it. But maybe I'm not understanding clearly, Ms. Byer.
No, that's why I was trying to get at like 2 scenarios with, 2 scenarios without or something. I don't think anybody wants anybody to be boxed in, but it is work that exists. And if we're not explicit about it, they will come in and just, I don't know what a consultant would assume about anything if we're not explicit. And it's currently being researched by Duke. I mean, it took years to build it. And I don't think y'all are proposing to throw it out. But I think it deserves thorough analysis and whether y'all can afford it going forward. I still struggle with the same, I mean, on a similar vein, I struggle with, do we have to be explicit about some things that have been promised by the community, like R.N. Harris and Burton for the, McDougal project long-term that we're waiting on? Like, I mean, how do we, you can't cover everything, but we know some things that we might need to be explicit about as y'all lead forward. So.
I think one of the things that's important for us to remember, this is an RFP that people are going to bring back proposals, and we hope that in their proposals, they're going to be able to uplift what they can and can't do. And I agree, I don't want us to get boxed in, but I would hope that if we can put, in some ways, it's like a history, right? The board undertook the Growing Together initiative, this is what it led to. And we want your analysis on whether we can do this, we can't do this, or if you do it, it costs, I don't know, however much, or this is what shifts you could make to maintain those same goals and objectives, but to also stay within your budget, right? And so leaving that a little open-ended, I think feels important for the consultants to be able to come and tell us. I don't think we need to tell us, future boards, we don't have to decide all of it, but knowing that that existed. And I would argue anyone who puts in their RFP should be on our website looking for that. We can also explicitly name that. Ms. Chavez.
Well, I appreciate this conversation. I think maybe I'm getting too into the wording, but I do think I would like to see how the models interact with growing together. So I think we're not trying to change equitable access for each student. So so that's how I would kind of think about how is the model then interacting with the growing together model, whether we call it growing together or something else, how's it interacting with that? And then just wanted to lift up about the community engagement piece. The other part I heard from Ms. Cardot was just like the deliverable of the report, but also how that feedback will be used as part of it. So just wanted to make sure that piece is in there. Thanks.
Right. Mr. Barnes, you have some good notes over there from us. I think the other thing that this conversation is also lifting up, growing together in the academic pieces, and then the buildings are together and separate, right? There's parts of, programs can move from building to building, but we want to make sure that they're within a region and we need to have maybe a certain number of buildings. So we're talking about a conversation that goes across the departments. And there's probably a different analysis question around financially, how do we sustain growing together moving forward with different programs? Because that feels like it's not tied to a building, but tied to the programs that are in our schools, right? So I'm just uplifting that. I don't think that needs to go in the RFP, but it feels like there's multiple ways to think about this conversation. Right, is there any other comments or questions? This is in front of the board for information and discussion, not for action. Ms. Byer?
I thought it was for action because they're wanting to, oh, that they were gonna put it out on July 1st, right? Yeah.
If the board so wishes, we are hoping that we can get a response from you guys today to start that on July 1st.
All right, so it is for action.
So another question I had for us, just as we think about it, and maybe it's in here and I missed it. The learning environment guidelines, are those explicitly stated in there? Because the ones that I think the community will have some pushback on are the small elementary schools, and if is that something that will be part of the community engagement? The notion that we worked on before of getting rid of trailers, for instance, right? That we would sunset all trailers. Is that in there? Like, are we gonna be explicit about those as y'all work, as the consultants come in? Like,
So I think Devin has gotten lots of information about school size, small schools versus large schools, and what we can do with the learning for our students. So it is definitely going to be part of the RFP, Ms. Byer. Or information about small schools versus large schools will be part of that RFP.
you said last time that the ongoing work with the UNC School of Government doesn't really overlap with that, is when we talked about it in the work session. But it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't for the 3 closed facilities, or is that?
I don't think we've had any conversation with, I have not had any conversation with USC School of Governance about right sizing the district.
But y'all see those as independent, but they're also analyzing all the properties.
That is what Dr. Lewis said last time. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Motion from board members? Or Ms. Byer, did you have interest in adding that explicitly in here, or you? I think, I also am thinking part of this dance is that this is RFPs to get information from folks. You select a vendor, and then when you get the vendor, also being able to share a lot of information with them regarding the expectations of the district as well.
And I would also say that and this feedback is great, and we can be intentional about putting that in the introduction of the RFP. What I would categorize as kind of guardrails before someone says, "Okay, I want to be involved in this. Can I do this?" So they know up front what we're looking for. In addition to that, to your point, Board Chair Umstead, is that once the vendor is selected, we're more than happy to bring them back to the board to continue to hear, directions from the board. I will say, vendors that I've used in the past, there is this front end work engagement, a learning of the district, particularly with my cabinet, that we can share with them. Look, these are the values of this community. These are the values of the board before the work begins. So there is some internal, what you don't see, there is some internal learning that takes place before they go out. So they can really understand the full picture of Durham before, like I said, going out to the community. And I will say with the data, we want this to be as objective as possible, and that's why we appreciative that the board is agreeing to that we move forward with a third party. So yes, there have been a tremendous amount of work done. It's a tremendous amount of data collected. We will share that data, but we want them to use it to develop their own story, so to speak, to bring back to the board.
Okay. So are you, I'm sorry, Ms. Byer, go ahead.
So just as this goes forward, will you identify an academic lead to be in this project as well? Like, because if that comes on the tail end, yeah.
No, and that has to be thank you for that. That has to be the driver of this conversation. Is these decisions are made with the academics in mind and not as an afterthought.
Be looking for approval to move forward with the changes as we've discussed today, is what that look for.
Move approval of the district right sizing and consolidation study with the changes as discussed by.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Chavez that we that we approve moving forward with the RFP with the changes as discussed today. Is there any other discussions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. The next item on our agenda, we're going to turn it over to Academic Services for Strategic Plan Priority 1 and 2 update.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to return to you this evening. We did want tonight to share some information with you all as just a recap of the work that we did this year, particularly around our impact meetings that provided us with the opportunity to be in our schools and look directly at the work that's going on and engage with staff members, speaking with them about the work and engaging with them around the impact of that work. And so we'd like to, as we promised, come back and share with you some of the broad findings that we had as a result of that work. And just as Dr. Lewis and I have become fond of doing, just tease you a little bit in that saying, we're excited about what we learned in terms of those things that were going on in our schools and what it portends for at the time, what the outcomes we were hoping to see that we have actually begun to see now. So we're really excited about that and want to just take a few minutes and share some of that with you. Before I pass the mic, I do want to just take a moment of personal privilege, as you will, as tonight appears to be a night of saying goodbye. Our own Ashley Stevens, tonight is also her final board meeting with us, as she will be moving on to take on a principalship in Franklin County, unless I can talk her out of it in the last few minutes. I'm still trying. Yeah. Oh, don't pay attention, Mr. Taft. Do want to just take a minute and thank Ashley for all the wonderful work that she has done in Durham Public Schools over the years, both as a building level administrator and now for the last few years as a district level administrator, doing some of the most challenging work that we do in the district, particularly the work around calendar development and that kind of thing. And so we will certainly miss her, appreciate her, and I am going to still try to talk her out of going, but again, congratulations, Ashley. We appreciate you. We look forward to hearing what you'll share with us on your final presentation here for us.
Thank you. I was not prepared for that. Good evening, Chair Umstead, board members, Dr. Lewis, and members of the community. Tonight's update is intentionally different from our formal Priority 1 and Priority 2 reports. This is truly my heart work. Rather than presenting end-of-the-year outcome data, tonight we want to reflect on the work that strengthened implementation, support, monitoring, and accountability across our schools. Next slide, please. Tonight, we'll begin by reflecting on the journey and the shift that we've made in how we monitor our strategic plan, and conclude by looking at how this work is shaping our priorities for the 2026-2027 school year before we open the floor for questions. Next slide, please. Before we begin, I'd like to further clarify the purpose of today's presentation. End-of-the-year assessment data has only recently become available and is currently undergoing final validation and analysis. Rather than presenting last year's results or preliminary data, we felt it was important to use this opportunity to reflect on the systems we've built to improve implementation fidelity, align supports, and create greater accountability across our schools. Over the course of the year, we've kept the board informed through implementation updates on Priority 1, Priority 2, and attendance. Today's presentation closes that cycle. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One of the most significant shifts this year has been moving away from reporting activities and towards monitoring strategic execution. In the past, we focused on whether work had been completed. This year, our focus became whether strategies were actually being implemented with fidelity and whether those strategies were producing meaningful change. That required clear ownership, stronger monitoring systems, and a greater emphasis on evidence rather than activity. Next slide, please. This graphic represents the framework that has guided our work throughout the year. Rather than reviewing school improvement as a plan that is written once a year, we approached it as an ongoing cycle of implementation, monitoring, reflection, and adjustment. Together, these elements create a consistent district-wide process for continuous improvement. Next slide, please. The impact process expanded intentionally throughout the year. We began with a smaller group of schools to identify early implementation trends and promising practices. Those early meetings allowed us to make real-time system adjustments rather than waiting until the end of the year or benchmarks. During the second round, we expanded to every school, allowing us to calibrate expectations across the district. This also gave us an opportunity to address misalignment during monthly leadership meetings rather than waiting until the end of those major benchmark windows. Our end of the year meetings then focused more deeply on schools where we wanted to examine proof of implementation, measurable change, and alignment with district priorities. This progression allowed us to move from learning about the work to continuously improving the work. Next slide, please. Regardless of the school, every conversation centered on the same three questions. What did you do? What impact did it have? And what will you do next? These questions shifted our conversations away from describing activities and towards examining evidence. More importantly, they created a culture where reflection and continuous improvement became expected components of the leadership practice. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One of the clearest findings across the district was that implementation quality mattered far more than the number of initiatives underway. Schools demonstrating the strongest progress had clear expectations, frequent monitoring, strong leadership ownership, and made adjustments based on evidence. This reinforced that improvement depends on disciplined systems, not simply increased effort. Next slide, please. While final accountability results are still pending, our impact meetings identified several examples of practices already showing encouraging signs. Preliminary SPG trend data indicates positive movement for selected schools connected to targeted improvement strategies. Because results remain embargoed, exact values are not displayed. Instead, the evidence is presented directionally to illustrate where school-level practices appear connected to stronger learning outcomes and emerging student outcomes. More importantly, each example highlights the conditions that allowed these practices to take hold and be sustained. Next slide, please. Across Priority 1, we observed meaningful progress in strengthening instructional systems. Schools are implementing curriculum more consistently. MTSS structures continue to mature, and PLCs are becoming more purposeful. At the same time, we recognize continued opportunities to improve Tier 1 instruction, reduce variability across schools, and better connect implementation efforts to measurable outcomes. Next slide, please. Similar patterns emerge with Priority 2. Schools have continued building stronger student support systems through restorative practice, expanded mental health supports, attendance structures, and increased opportunities for student voice. Looking ahead, our focus will be on improving consistency across schools, increasing the use of data for decision-making, and continuing to improve student engagement and attendance outcomes. Next slide, please. As we reflected on the work, 4 district-wide lessons consistently emerge. First, implementation matters. Strong strategies only produce results when implemented consistently. Second, monitoring changes behavior because regular reflection leads to stronger decision-making. Third, support must be differentiated because schools begin from different places and require different levels of assistance. Finally, sustainable improvement happens through systems rather than individual initiatives. These lessons will continue guiding our improvement efforts moving forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Our response to schools was intentionally differentiated. Some schools primarily needed communication and clarity around expectations. Others benefited from professional learning to building knowledge and skills. Many required coaching to improve implementation over time, while others needed targeted technical assistance to remove barriers. By organizing our work in this way, we moved beyond one-size-fits-all support and aligned resources to each school's specific needs. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most important shift this year has been redefining accountability. Accountability is not something that happens after results decline. It is a shared responsibility across every level of this organization and begins long before outcomes are reported. Instead of asking whether an activity occurred, we now ask whether implementation happened, whether it was monitored, and whether it produced the intended impact. That shift allows us to identify challenges earlier, provide support sooner, and continuously improve our systems rather than waiting for negative results to drive action. The cycle shows here illustrated how impact meetings, evidence reviews, follow-up cycles, root cause analysis, targeted supports, and leadership monitoring work together to improve outcomes for students. Next slide, please. This work now serves as a foundation for our new school improvement planning process. Rather than beginning with goals alone, schools begin by diagnosing through the FAMS process, establishing priorities, selecting indicators, developing action steps, and planning short cycle milestones. Rather than waiting for end of the year accountability or benchmark results, schools are continuously reviewing multiple performance measures throughout the year. These include universal screener data, common district assessment, classroom walkthrough evidence, attendance trends, discipline data, EL progress, and other implementation measures that provide real-time feedback on how students and systems are responding. Next slide, please. Next slide. One great accomplishment this year has been aligning our 4 major district frameworks into a single coherent system. The strategic plan establishes our priorities, MTSS provides the framework for implementation, Industar guides the school improvement planning, and Cognia reinforces continuous improvement through accreditation. Together, these frameworks create one coherent system for supporting schools and improving student outcomes. Next slide, please. The lessons we learned this year directly shape our work for next year. They're informing the relaunch of our new 2-year school improvement plan cycle, strengthening MTSS implementation, helping schools use their FAMSs more effectively, increasing short cycle monitoring, providing differentiated support, and creating more frequent opportunities to monitor progress throughout the year. Our goal is to deepen this work and continue building a district-wide culture of continuous improvement. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, our work continues immediately. This summer, we've already started partnering with our schools through the relaunch of the school improvement planning process and supporting the development of implementation plans for the 2026-2027 school year. In September, we will return to the board with our formal Priority 1 and Priority 2 outcome reports once end-of-year data has been finalized. Throughout next year, the impact process will remain our primary mechanism for monitoring implementation, providing differentiated support, and strengthening accountability so that we can continue to improve outcomes for every student. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and your partnership and your continued support of this work. We appreciate the board's commitment to continuous improvement and would be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Your leadership will certainly be missed, whether it's helping schools and their school improvement plans, planning graduations, and keeping us all in check. You make a lot of things work in our district, and people don't see that. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calendars, graduate. I mean, I know I'm only listing probably 3 things in your in your work portfolio, but thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to Vice Chair Rogers for questions, comments.
Thank you so much for all of y'all's work on this. And the excitement about the end of the year data. We look forward to it. Can't wait to hear it. I'm interested in 2 parts of your journey through this process. You're talking about your path forward, as well as the portion, maybe 2. the strengthening accountability from did the activity happen, did implementation occur, and what impact resulted, as well as the key system-wide lessons. And so when you talk about the key system, I will acknowledge that I have a whole lot of strengths as a leader, as you all do. One of my strengths is not doing the work of bringing people along. This is a list of things we need to accomplish. This is how we're going to do it. And this is where we want our outcomes to be. And I see that reflected here. I want to make sure that y'all are doing and monitoring the doing of the work that I'm not good at, which is how do you bring people along? How do you make them understand that implementing these strategies is important to the work for the outcomes that they want? And how do you do it in such a way that makes them excited to do it instead of pushing back at getting it done?
I will start with that first part, and then I will turn it over to Dr. King for that second part. We started this work and the foundations for this work at the end of last year. So with our leadership retreat, we've already started some of that. We had the opportunity last summer to bring in every leader and do a reset, a mindset shift, and really talk about how we were going to shift supports for schools and what those expectations were for leaders to support their expectations of students and how that comes along. So this work was spelled out. It's not something that we kind of developed throughout the year. I think that was really helpful for them to be able to see the plan, and there were no surprises. Another thing that I think supported with that is we made a through line for all of our school level leaders. So not just principals, but we aligned our assistant principal meetings and our coach meetings. So everyone was getting that same work. And part of doing this at the end of the first quarter is as we were seeing these system level changes that needed to happen, we were able to go to them monthly and take them this work, the support, the professional learning that connected with it, and give opportunities for them to be able to work in their PLCs and work on this work. So I think it goes without saying, it always comes with challenges for us to get everyone on board, but it truly was planned out with them so that they understood exactly what was happening. And then there was the time to provide that support. I think often everything lies on our principals, but we really honed on building the capacity of our assistant principals and coaches as well.
So I think just two pieces that I would share with that, it's really one piece, and that is, seeing is believing. So we told these folks we were going to ask them to do certain things this year, and we were going to support them along the way doing that work, and that would require us to make some shifts and changes in how we structured ourselves and how we asked them to structure their work. And so I don't mind saying there was probably a pretty good amount of disbelief in terms of whether or not we were going to be able to follow through on those things, whether we were going to align all those things, whether the things we were asking them to do, specifically of our administrators in terms of shifting the way they structure their work so that they prioritized spending time in classrooms, interacting with teachers directly around teaching and learning, as opposed to managing those things that tend to be more managerial and will take up your time. And the fact that we would provide them with supports to make sure that they could do those things, as well as support the development of their administrative team so that they could do that work collectively. There was probably some doubt as to whether we could do all those things. But as we continued to work through that work this year, I think it became clear to people that, we were going to maintain that commitment. And we were, there to support them through that work. I think it was really helpful for principals to find that, once they sent their principals, their assistant principals out of their buildings, right, for a half a day, that they got something meaningful when they were there, right? And so we found that, other than, the natural difficulties of, things just kind of happening, we found that the debate about whether or not folks were going to come began to wane through the year as those assistant principals valued the work that they were doing, as the principals saw the work, also as the principals saw the work of connectivity between what they were doing in principals meetings, what their instructional coordinators were doing in their meetings, and what their assistant principals were doing in their meetings, such that everyone was on kind of the same page. So I think the combination of all those things really helped us to get to a place where folks begin to believe in this work and kind of do the work. And then, again, as we've shared, we're going to show you some data in a couple of weeks that will remove all doubt. One of the biggest things that I want to just speak to, I think Ms. Seabury may speak to it as well, is we asked our administrators to go beyond specifically and strategically what they thought they could get out of their students this year in terms of academics achievement, right? We asked them to relieve themselves, right, of the barrier of a goal that suggests that there was a finite set of students in their schools who could achieve a certain level of performance. We asked them to relieve themselves of that and told them if they would do that and do the work, they would see results from that. And we've seen exactly that. So wonderful question. I think that the challenge obviously for us is to continue with that work next year, and we certainly are committed to doing that, and as well as to add another layer, which we began the work of this week in the principals and the leadership retreat. So we're really excited about the work that we did this year, excited about what we're going to continue to do.
And the only thing I would add to that, just kind of sum up what Dr. King is talking about, is leadership. And leadership in the buildings for our principals, assistant principals, to bring their staff along. Some buildings, 90% of the staff will come along, and you may have some that still have doubt. 50% and 50% may have doubt. But to Dr. King's point, once they see, that's how you bring folks along. Similarly, leadership at the district level, sometimes they came kicking and screaming, but when they're seeing the impact of their work and understanding the why behind the work, that's how you continue to bring folks along.
Thank you. Please know it was not a critique of anybody when I said that. And I hope that everybody, as we continue to work together, that there's some push and pull and we're all learning from our experiences with each other.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez, and then I'll go to Mr. Tab.
Thank you. I also want to thank you, Ms. Stevens, for your work. And congratulations, and yes, hope you enjoy the new chapter. And overall, this feels very celebratory tonight. So it's really nice to see what is working. And after all these conversations, these processes and this data is collected, like what is most effective that is most effective. My only question, I was trying to think how to say it, is I'm wondering how conversations about students' identities are overlaid with these conversations about strategies. So of course, I know we're always looking at disaggregated data and thinking about it in that way. But I can't help wonder just how like what you would say about that, how it comes up in these conversations about students' racial identities, their any identity being from a low income family or anything like that. Just how that, because affirming their identities, this is the why, or behind it, is so important to bringing our students up. That's my only question.
Absolutely. So beginning earlier in this year, September, October, we started working with our school level leaders around what we call 360 data for impact. And it's really about moving outside of that quantifiable data and really looking at qualitative perception and like implementation data. So we have a matrix of data that we ask school leaders to look at when they're really trying to determine root causes. And the first time we did it with them, it was specifically around behavior and attendance. And I think that our school level leaders were able to see a more robust picture. We talked a lot about like not putting out fires, but really identifying what started the fire. And when we add in that perception data, even when you look at a number, we start to look past what that number means. Who is this number impacting? Who does this number represent? And really thinking more holistically about how we support our students. We've also layered in student voices to all of everything we do. We were able to commit to a student panel this year. So our principals and leaders got to hear from students about how this work was impacting them. They were pretty raw and pretty open. And I think that always gives us that ability to take a step back and remember that our work is student focused. And whether we like it or not, their perception of how we show up for them and how they show up in their educational careers matter. But I would say the biggest piece is really looking at that 360 data. So every number is connected by a 4x4 matrix of, do you have all of this other data? And if you don't have it, you might have to go get it. You might have to ask students, you might have to talk to families, because we have to have all of this before we can really make a decision about how we move forward. So we were able to go through that process with them in September, October, and then we brought them back in February to facilitate that process again. And part of what we're going to work with doing is giving them that scheduled time during our leadership meetings throughout next year so that we can ensure that there's facilitated regularly. And that's a big piece of it.
Thank you so much. This is great, and I feel very happy that this is being presented on our last board meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I normally don't do congratulations to anyone leaving Durham Public Schools. But if you have to leave, you're going to the best place in the world, which is Franklin County, my
Thank you.
hometown. So congratulations, and I know you'll do well, and I'll hear all about it. I do want to say thank you again, and just wanted to know, based on what I'm hearing, will there be anything different that you all will do next year in terms of getting more student voices?
Absolutely. So this year, we, just in the sense of us building these foundations, we've worked with our schools, but we modeled it first, and it's about the systems and not the people. So I feel very confident that without me being here, these systems can keep moving. It's not dependent on any one person. So we modeled a lot of that this year, and next year, as our schools are working on strengthening their systems, we'll have a lot more opportunities to really dig deeper in some of those other areas of data that we either collect, because that's one thing we talked about. Just because we might not have data doesn't mean we can't get it. And really thinking outside of the box of where we shift and look. We talk a lot about performance measures and milestones. So really starting to look at those type of data points that we now monitor so that we can see its correlation to overall student outcomes we want to see.
Thank you for that. And I love hearing the administrators on board, and even though they may have fault you a little bit on that, but keeping those students in the process is very, very important, that student voice.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Tab, I just add to that. Many of you all were with us at different points in the week. I do wish that you all could have been with us this morning, because we had a perfect example of exactly what you're talking about. We had a student panel this morning, and I can tell you, if there are any administrators in our district that did not understand the value of student voice, they learned it this morning. We had about five of our high school students who walked in the room, and I almost wanted to ask if, we could have a choir sing and we just go home after that panel, because they really talked to us from their hearts and souls, and talk to us about how we ought to think about how we do our work in a way that I had not experienced before, coming from young people. And I think they certainly set the stage for us for next year in terms of engaging with student voice, because they talked to us, in a really significant way about how critical that was. And just one of the nuggets that they shared with us that just moved both myself, and I'll go so far as to say the superintendent. We talked about it right after. A young man told us yesterday, told us this morning, you should not have strangers walking into your classroom all year. Right? If you give that some thought. He wasn't talking about strangers from outside the school. He was talking about the students. He said you should not have strangers walking into your classroom every day. And so we certainly intend to, I think we already have our first student panel for September already scheduled as a part of our leadership meeting. So we're going to be deep into listening to students next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tab. Ms. Harrell.
I just wanted to say amen. That's all, Dr. King. I saw that and regretted so much missing that student panel, but I really appreciate the fact that it is intentional, like how we're intentionally, all these different things that are in place that intentionally have student voice in so many of the processes and decision-making points in our school. As I, so I look forward to that continuing. It was very exciting to see that, and I was upset that I couldn't be there this morning to hear it, but I'm very excited about all the intentionality about including student voice in decision making.
I would say no notes, right? Thank y'all so much for this presentation. I think it really helps us. So much good stuff has already been said. I'm grateful that we're continuing to uplift student voice, and it helps move us from technical changes to being more adaptive in our leadership and how we're attacking problems and thinking about root causes. That's equity work, right? Centered. And that's something that takes learning that our principals and leaders have to continue to apply. And I love hearing that that's going to be the same across, because I think one of the words you all uplifted in the leadership retreat was align. And so we need to be aligning all of our systems together to get to that end goal. So love it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for your service to Durham Public Schools. I'm not as excited about everyone else to see you go, but I do recognize the talent that you will bring to Franklin County. But all of the things that you have done for the school system, and I'll just end on how a student shared with us about being here, where a student said it's a blessing to be here. So it has been a blessing to have you here in Durham Public Schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is the Beginning Teacher Support Program. Bring y'all on up.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Lewis, DPS Board of Education, and to our community viewing online. Thank you for your service. Again, those who are leaving, thank you for your service and commitment as well. And thank you to Dr. King and Ms. Sidbury for your leadership and support. So we'll be presenting on the work happening with our District Beginning Teacher Support Program, specifically seeking approval for state mandated additions to the program plan. I am joined today by our two co-lead mentors, Laura Sodevilla and Stephen Gupton, who you will hear from shortly. Next slide, please. So here we have a summary of what you will hear more about during this presentation. Today's presentation will address the following: policy and growth, specifically focusing on the updated NCDPI requirements, the increase in the number of beginning teachers that DPS has experienced, which has also changed the profile of our teacher workforce. You will hear more about how the program is responding to this shifting landscape and how we are adjusting our accountability processes, structures, and practices to include stronger instructional alignment, implementation, and monitoring. Next slide, please. So our presentation will be divided into two parts, where part one will focus on the state required plan for approval, and part two, which will focus on how DPS goes above and beyond to support, develop, and retain beginning teachers through our induction model. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you see more about why we're here tonight. By state mandate, each PSU is required to have a 3-year induction program for all BTs, with a program plan that is reviewed and approved by their Board of Education and NCDPI every 5 years. This review is to ensure that each PSU develops and retains teachers by ensuring that they become effective practitioners instructional experts, and leaders within their schools and districts. The purpose of the BTSP is to provide a standardized process and structure of support for beginning teachers during their first 3 years and to make sure that the support that they receive is aligned with the North Carolina professional teaching standards. Next slide, please. Here are the main components of every BT support plan as mandated by NCDPI, again to ensure that the support that teachers are receiving at the foundational level is standardized across the state. Each program should have a plan that outlines in greater detail how the PSU will address each of the following: identification and licensure, orientation and onboarding, teacher mentoring and support, professional growth and evaluation, and program accountability and compliance. As a district, we operationalize these requirements through various structures that include professional learning, coaching, monitoring, and tiered mentoring support. Next slide, please. Our primary focus areas as a program aligns with strategic plan priorities 1, 2, and 3. The work of the program this semester has been to focus on trust, capacity, and relationship building to keep teachers in the classroom and in the profession, while also building their capacity to facilitate instruction that yields positive results and lead classrooms that center student learning, growth, and overall well-being, especially for students with identities that have been placed in the margins of our society and are farthest from justice. As we continue to respond to an increase in novice and alternatively licensed teachers, an increase in teacher pressures, a larger variation in instructional needs, and shifts across the profession in regard to recruitment, teacher preparation, and retention, as a program, we understand and continue to respond by focusing on providing mentoring that moves learning, classrooms that are student-centered, continuous support that keeps teachers in the profession, and provide ongoing learning and development, which is evident in this year's BT retention rate at 96.33%. Let's snap it up. From this work, we have learned that sustained teacher development and support increases instructional consistency, staff retention, and overall student success. Next slide, please. In the previous slide, I anchored the work of our program in our district's strategic plan. Here, I will further discuss the key state policies and mandates that are also foundational and undergirds our program's work. The two required additions to the program plan for which we are seeking approval for today are: 1, a documented process for identifying and verifying all BTs that must address the completion of the recent graduate survey by the beginning teacher and the employer survey by the principal of the school during the BT's first year of teaching following the completion of an approved EPP as a part of the requirements to measure the performance of EPP stated in General Statute 115C 269. These surveys are administered at the end of the applicable academic year. And 2, a plan for implementing a sound BT induction process for teachers with fewer than 3 years of experience, regardless of licensure type and licensure pathway, who are required to participate in the North Carolina Beginning Teacher Support Program for 3 years. At the school level, school leaders are also accountable for teacher effectiveness, which includes BTs participating in formal observations that includes 3 observations by an administrator or designee, a peer observation, and a summative at the end of the school year. Next slide, please. So now we'll go into part 2. And I shared the state mandated components for our beginning teacher support program and plan. So now you'll hear from our co-leads who will share more about how DPS goes above and beyond to support, develop, and retain beginning teachers and the impact of that work. So I'll invite Laura Sodevilla.
So Durham has a unique model that far exceeds the minimum state requirements. In Durham, we have one of the most robust teacher induction programs in the state. A team of 12 district mentors support all the beginning teachers in our district, and we do this in partnership with school-based mentors and buddy mentors who are designated by the principal. District beginning teacher mentors directly serve our least experienced educators. And as the teachers gain in experience and increase in confidence and competence, they're gradually released to work more closely with a school-based mentor. And that district mentor remains a resource for both the teacher, school-based mentor, and buddy mentor. And we did not advance the slide. So here's your visual aid for what I just said. Next slide, please. This past year, our program served 429 beginning teachers, which is just under 20% of the total number of teachers in our district. Out of that number, 55% of our beginning teachers are on an alternative licensure pathway, meaning they did not go to teacher school. This reinforces the need for high quality in-field coaching, licensure support, and consistent instructional guidance. Of the 146 third-year teachers that we served this year, 139 of them, which is about 95.2%, successfully completed our program. This indicates a strong foundation that they will build, on which they will build their careers. And in this time where we are seeing reduced numbers of teachers going through a traditional teacher pipeline, retention is the new recruitment strategy. With that aforementioned 55% of our beginning teachers coming to us with an alternative license, which is a trend we're seeing across the state and the nation, it's clear that the needs of beginning teachers are evolving. Our program is responding to this change by moving away from a one-size-fits-all approach to a gradual release tiered approach where support is most intensive early on and is adjusted as teachers demonstrate readiness throughout the induction period. This allows mentors to allocate time and support where the needs are the greatest, and yet we still are serving and maintaining accountability for all the beginning teachers in our district. This shift improves our responsiveness, aligns targeted support to individual teacher growth, school needs, and ultimately student outcomes. Next slide, please. 2 slides. Mentors are evaluated each year based on North Carolina mentor standards, and DPI also has standards in place for program evaluation. In our annual state of self-assessment, we established the programmatic goal to strengthen mentoring for instructional excellence. We're moving away documenting the support that we provide for compliance purposes and leaning into measuring the impact based on walkthrough data, teacher performance data, survey data, and coaching evidence. Our goal to strengthen mentoring for instructional excellence is to provide support that's intentional, evidence-based, and responsive to teacher needs. And now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Gupton to share what we've learned in examining that impact data from this past school year. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Good evening. So I'm excited to share the next 2 slides because it speaks about the impact, or speaks to the impact that the district is having, we're having, and school-based mentors are having on the beginning teachers, but the beginning teachers are also having on students. So we often hear that students may or may not perform well in beginning teachers' classroom. That is not the case here in Durham Public Schools. So on this slide, you see that we measure our program impact in 4 different ways: is implementation, teacher growth, retention, and student outcomes. We don't want to just have a program in Durham Public Schools. You want to know if the program is impactful and if it's keeping the teachers in the classroom, and not just keeping teachers in the classroom, but if students are performing well in those beginning teacher classrooms as well. Our beginning teachers get the mentors in a timely manner as required by state law and policy. Our professional development plans completed, our formative conferences happening, our mentors documenting support. We're not just asking that a mentor meet with the teacher. We're asking, is the teacher getting better day by day? We look at classroom practice, confidence, professional development plans, the progress of those plans, observation trends, and feedback from mentors, as well as beginning teachers. We send multiple surveys throughout the year. Oftentimes, I feel we may survey them too much. However, we're job embedded PD, and we have to respond to the needs of the students by responding to the needs of teachers. So we do that through efficacy surveys throughout the school year. A major goal is to keep strong teachers in Durham Public Schools. So we look at who is staying, who is at risk of leaving, who completes the program, as Laura mentioned a few slides ago, and what support may have made the difference in that. The work is ultimately about classrooms. If mentoring is strong, then we should see strong instruction, better classroom environments, more student engagement, and better learning experiences for all students. So when we talk about measuring impact, we're not just counting activities, but we're actually counting and trying our best to bring evidence forward of that particular impact as well. So is support happening? Are teachers growing? Are teachers staying? And then are we moving students across the entire district and not just one set of students, all students? Next slide, please. This is my favorite slide. The data tells us that the program has a positive impact on beginning teachers and students, but it only tells one part of that story. We're seeing that beginning teachers are growing in confidence, as they mentioned there, or they gave feedback in efficacy surveys, especially in the areas that matter most early on. And that's instructional strategies and classroom routine. That matters because those two things shape the daily experiences that students have in the classrooms here in Durham Public Schools. The numbers you see on the screen highlight the strong work that our beginning teachers are doing, and it also gives a brief comparison of how they compare to other teachers in the district and statewide. Our retention numbers speak to the work the district team is doing in collaborating with school administrators, coaches, ECFs. It is, excuse me, it speaks to school stability, and we know that matters because keeping early career teachers is directly connected to school stability. It means that we have fewer vacancies, and I'm sure Dr. Smoots will appreciate that, fewer disruptions to the instructional environment, and more consistency for all of the students. And we know that most of the time, beginning teachers without a license are placed in schools where we have a high population of minority students. So those students do not have a disruption in instructional environments at home. The EVOS comparison is also important. It shows that our beginning teachers are not just receiving support, they're contributing to student growth. So the data gives us two things. It affirms the work that is happening here in Durham Public Schools, and it shows us where we need to tighten, where we also need to tighten systems. But that is where our next level work begins, and we move forward to the tiered support model as we continue to grow our teachers and they receive consistent support across the district. No matter what school you're in, you should be receiving consistent support across the district and making sure that the right teachers get the right level of support at the right time. So those retention numbers are up. EVOS numbers are absolutely amazing across the district. And again, those are my two favorite slides, and I'll turn this back over to Dr. I.
Thank you. So you're hearing a lot of really great things. Next slide, please. So this slide is really about the people behind the work. Our mentors are carrying complex caseloads, supporting teachers across schools, responding to urgent needs, and still keeping instruction at the center. They are not just checking in on beginning teachers, they are coaching, problem solving, encouraging, modeling, and helping new teachers stay in the profession. The results we are sharing tonight are connected directly to the commitment and skill of this team. We want to publicly acknowledge them because the success of this program depends on the people doing the work every day. Next slide, please. This list includes only a few of the internal and external partners who contribute to the work of this program. These partners help us to operationalize our work, focusing on improving outcomes for beginning teachers and students. Next slide, please. And so here we have a visual of why this work matters. This is a picture of our 25-26 BTs who participated in new teacher orientation. Next slide, please. And so as we prepare to bring this presentation to a close, and I'm closing now, the BT Support and Development Program team requests that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education approve the 2026 to 2031 Beginning Teacher Support Plan as presented and provided in board materials as well, in alignment with the North Carolina NCDPI and state board policy requirements and the district's commitment to strengthening instructional quality, teacher retention, and equitable student outcomes through coherent support systems. Next slide. And so again, we thank you for your time and your attention this evening. So we'll now pause for any comments, feedback, all the things.
Thank you, Dr. I, and to your team for y'all being here this evening in this great presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to start with Ms. Carter Otten, then I'll go down on to the right.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you so much. This was a really strong presentation of incredibly strong work of something that's so important for our district. So kudos to the three of you that are here tonight and all of those that are behind the scenes doing the mentoring that's so critical for our teachers. And these outcomes are just incredible as well. So thanks for showing us what you're doing and some of the outcomes of what you're doing and how you're doing it. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so very much for your work. You said something that it just caught me when you said y'all go above and beyond. And that's what we do here in Durham Public Schools. So thank you all for going above and beyond. Retention is a big thing for me, recruitment. Do want to ask about the survey. Is it a mandated survey or that's another piece of going above and beyond? Which one is it?
Yeah, so we mentioned several surveys.
The first one, the very first one for the first year, at the end of their first
Okay.
year.
Yeah, so that's mandated. Yep, that's that's a new piece to the program expectations and policy. So the survey, the two parts of that, two things that have been added. One is the EPP survey, and that's used to measure EPP performance, so educator prep program. And so all BTs have to complete that within their first year of completing the program. So yeah,
And-
so that's mandated.
Right, and if they do not complete it, what happens?
So there are structures in place to ensure that we are following up with those teachers and principals to ensure that they complete these surveys. But the structure right now is just ongoing follow-up. So typically what will happen is NCDPI receives a list of people who have not completed the survey. And so a part of that support is making sure that those teachers complete the survey. They will send a list to HR and then we follow up with those teachers as well.
Right,
Yep, it does.
and that's important when we're trying to retain.
Right.
And so sometimes surveys, if it's mandated, now we don't want to lose teachers because of something they have not done.
Right.
When we as a district can give that support and encouragement to making sure that is done to keep
Yes.
it there. Okay.
Yes. So
All right.
that's a part of the work that mentors do as well.
Right, okay. Thank,
The efficacy survey is not mandated, though. We do want to make sure that's clear. That's
Okay.
that's above and beyond.
That's the above
Yep,
and
That's
beyond.
the above and beyond survey.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great work. Great work. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. And I wanted to make a motion to approve the 2026, 2031 beginning teacher support plan in alignment with DPI requirements and NC State Board policy.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Carter Otten. Any other discussion? I know we do have some. I'm gonna go with Ms. Byer. Ms. Byer.
Thank you all so much. Thanks for staying late with us. It is exciting work to be able to support. Can you, and I apologize for not sending these ahead of time. Do we mentor EC teachers or are they mentored? I mean,
Yes, we do.
what specialization kind of folks do we have within your org chart that have?
So our team is comprised of former assistant principals, instructional coaches, ECFs or exceptional children facilitators, and some former EC supervisors. So we lean into the folks on the team that are former ECFs or EC supervisors to help us support those teachers across the district. We also partner very closely with Dr. Bell's team, executive director of EC, to ensure those folks are receiving the support they need to receive as well. And we're bolstering that support this year by way of intentional PD that will be tailored. So we're excited to also share that at new teacher orientation this year, there'll be 3 different tracks: teachers who come in with an initial license, teachers who are alternatively licensed that fall into 55%, and then Dr. Bell's team will also come and provide a track for those teachers we're hiring that do not have a license but will be serving our EC students across Durham.
That's a great answer for supporting those teachers and especially working with students with exceptional needs. So thank you all for thinking of proactively about that. International teachers, are we mentoring them?
We are not formally mentoring them, but we are providing support at the school level where they will invite members of our team to come in and support.
So two pieces just to to think about as it relates to that is, number one, we certainly provide them with support, but in order to become an international teacher, one has to be a veteran teacher in one's nation. So they certainly would not qualify for support through the beginning teacher program. We do provide them support, though. In fact, this year, I believe we've hired a specific specialist to support beginning teachers, not beginning teachers, international faculty who work in our schools.
I appreciate it. That's like 300 folks, right? So I wonder, as we continue in the future to rely on international teachers more, and yes, I 100% understand their license. They're just new to Durham, new to everything, just new to paperwork and forms and DPS systems. That it might be great to have some support for them as well. What would we dream of as ratios if we were going to have a budgetary impact in the future? Because each one has 30. Is that the, am I doing the math?
That's not the dream.
That's not the dream. Yeah.
No.
What is the dream ratio?
I would love to. Research says that a caseload of 12, research indicates that a ratio of 12 to 15 teachers on a caseload is optimal. When we started this full release model in Durham back in 2005, we had 35 full release mentors. Now we have 12. So if we're talking about dreaming, we would have a dedicated mentor at each school who can really become a part of that school community and not drive to 6 different locations. That would be my answer to that question.
That's super helpful. That model predated me, but I knew that it had withered, but I didn't realize we were in such different states. At the same time that the numbers of BTs are increasing. So
Can you ask that question again with Jeremy Teeter in the room now? Oh, you're, okay.
sorry. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for the presentation and everything you all have done for our beginning teachers. I've heard from mentors about the Zooming across the district. So Ms. Byer kind of took my comments around how do we continue to invest in this program. I think in the district with so many beginning teachers, y'all are doing arms lift work, and we need to know, continue to invest in this area. Know that teachers are a huge lever in our student success outcomes. And so what does it look like to continue to invest in our program, which we haven't intentionally talked about as a board in a while. And so I would hope to see that on a budget priority for the future, because that's going to be so needed in the time that we're in right now with so many different ways that people are coming into the profession. So thank you all for your work. Dr. Lewis has a couple comments.
Yes, and they have been advocating for additional
okay.
beginning teacher mentors. And you saw the numbers that were presented. Just imagine what those numbers would look like. And I think national, I haven't looked at this data in a while, but I think the national retention rate is around 90% or less than 90%. And we have 96% right here in Durham. And I think we've been recognized by the governor for our program. And I know the program is only going to get better. Our own Mr. Gupton is the Learning Forward 2028 Academy leader. That'll get a 2.5 year program and $10,000 scholarship. Yeah. Yeah. So the learning that he'll get there will only enhance our program. And so when you just think about, first of all, a time where not a lot of people going into the field of education, but the ones that do go in the field of education, how do we keep them? And it's through that support within the first years on the job. So kudos to all the work that you all do.
Got one more comment from Ms. Rogers, and then we are going to vote.
Sorry, I really appreciate the presentation. Appreciate how it lines up with the previous presentation and priorities 1 and 2. And I appreciate how it aligns with the work that you all have done to get these proficiency rates up. I look forward to a presentation that makes exactly that request to the county commissioners, that connects the dots between student learning, educator retention, and our budget requests. Right? So we're bringing it all together to tell the story. It was really great, done well here tonight, and I know y'all can do it in a concise way in front of the commissioners. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So it has been moved and seconded that we approve the plan for 2026 to 2031 to 2031. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. The next items on our agenda are from our policy committee. The first is policy 1750, grievance procedures for employees. Not sure who.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, members of the board, and Dr. Lewis. So we have tonight work that has been continued from the work session. So if I may, I'd like to give some context, and then we'll dig in and roll up our sleeves and move forward with some of the work if that meets your desires. But this policy is a consensus policy. It's a recommendation stemming out of our meet and confer process, our meet and confer committee. That committee met on December the 18th, January the 26th, and February the 5th. Subsequently, Durham Public Schools Legal Counsel reviewed those recommendations and have provided feedback on the policy. On April the 30th, Policy Committee began its work on the meet and confer version, as well as the feedback from legal counsel. But that committee session ran out of time. They were not able to complete that work and continued the discussion at the May 21st Policy Committee meeting, which you may remember went into recess and then continued on May 26th. So in response to the legal review, some of the representatives from the Durham Association of Educators who served on the Meet and Confer Committee submitted responses to the legal counsel feedback. Due to time constraints, you may remember that the Policy Committee referred this work to the June 9th board work session, but indeed at that meeting as well, we ran out of time. And so that brings us to this evening. So unlike many other board final meetings, this is first reading on this policy. And in your board packet, there are 4 documents I want to call our attention to, but we're going to work our discussion through one in particular. So the Policy Committee asked that we do include the meet and confer policy that came out of the grievance procedure policy that came out of meet and confer. And that is labeled in your packet as Meet and Confer Committee, policy 1750/7220, grievance procedure for employees, track changes. So that shows you the original policy and what the Meet and Confer Committee did. And you'll remember, Meet and Confer has representatives of administration and our employee representative organizations. The next version of track change is the one that we will land our discussions around. It includes the original policy with the track changes from Meet and Confer, and then in the right-hand column, in the comments section of the track change, you will see JW, and that's the attorney's initials that reviewed, followed immediately by an ampersand that says at ERO, that's the Employee Representative Organization, and that's from the DAE feedback, so that we can see specifically what our legal counsel is telling the board about the policy and where specifically DAE is landing on that. And then also in the material are some documents that the Policy Committee requested, and one would be, what does that grievance form look like if we were to have an employee want to fill out and complete or submit a grievance? We've generated a draft form of what that might look like, and also a timeline of how do these different components of filing a grievance, processing a grievance, getting responses, how all that plays out. So as I mentioned, this is for first reading, and so if we could pull up exactly the policy, there were roughly 18 comments from our legal counsel, or 18 points to discuss, 9 of which were accepted and agreed to overall, but there are 9 comments and 9 issues that offer non-agreement of the legal feedback and where our ERO is landing. So this is going to set up the discussion points for the board. My desired outcome of the presentation is to represent the work in a neutral format and to pass to the board where the legal counsel and the ERO is coming in, knowing that the full meet and confer has not been able to work together since the subsequent submission of their work to the policy committee based on the newest feedback. So I'm prepared to roll forward with the 9 points that need further work if that works with the will of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman, for that thorough and really good presentation and keeping us up to date to how we got to where we are now. I really do appreciate that. I think it's really helpful because we've gone through a lot of iterations to get to where we are today. I'm looking to board members, colleagues. Start with Ms. Carter Otten, and I'll go over to Ms. Byer.
Want to echo that. Thanks. That was a really excellent job of presenting something that's very complicated. So I just wanted to add some additional or reiterate some of the framing, which is that a lot of work has already been done by a lot of people on this policy starting in December of last year. And so December, January, and February was when the Meet and Confer Committee discussed this together. And the one issue, and this will come up in our next discussion item around like feedback about policy committee, one major issue was that there was not legal review that was incorporated into those discussions. And as such, when something came out of Meet and Confer as an agreement between all of the entities, there had not been the legal review yet, right? So that's a flaw in the process that's gotten us to where we are right now. So already imperfect. We're working on this, right? Building the ship this first year. I think, so I've really wrestled with like what to do with this right now with this current timeline. I reviewed all of the legal comments and the ERO responses. What stands out to me is that one, none of the legal comments are about legal concerns, and unless I'm not seeing something, or not understanding something. And two, though, I haven't heard administration's response to the legal comments or to the comments from attorneys and the ERO. So it still feels like we've got missing pieces of information here. And yet we had an agreed upon policy that came out of Meet and Confer that now has some feedback, but it's not legal feedback. So just wanted to kind of add additional framing related to those different issues.
Ms. Byer.
So I appreciate all the work that went into getting us here. And want to be clear that on policy committee, we started to try to get to this, but we really didn't get to this. And we kind of kicked it here, not knowing what to do, wanting to respect the work that happened in Meet and Confer, but having significant concerns. And there in one of the policy committee agendas, there was a slide deck prepared. You may have prepared it, Ms. Carter Otten, that had kind of point by point what Tharrington thought, what DAE thought, how they were different. And that this is the blue and the green on this version, right? There's still just a lot of work to do. There also was an NCSBA edit that had been done and recommendations from that need to be incorporated into this that we didn't get to deal with. And legal counsel recommended that we deal with. And then I appreciate you bringing up the fact that, board counsel doesn't sit in Meet and Confer, which is something that future boards will have to figure out how to deal with, not to get the cart before the horse and not to overpromise when there are legal concerns, because that doesn't build trust. And I sit with, the fact that we didn't have HR representation in Meet and Confer, a very specific thing that would need strong HR representation at the table. And so what gives me peace is that group grievances can already happen in Durham Public Schools. They just need to be reviewed by the board. I trust that this and future boards can do that while we figure out as a board where this goes. To me, the question and the hour is too late, I think, to get into the back and forth on this. But to me, the question is, does it go back to the board's policy committee in the fall? Does it come to a board work session in the fall so the board can continue to wrestle with it there? I don't think the attempt is to stall it, but I don't think, when I say, I used to use the phrase, I have unreadiness. And I have significant unreadiness about trying to work on this and get it right tonight. So that's where I sit with it.
Ms. Chavez.
I'm wondering if we can, if we need to take a vote or just have consensus about, asking it to come back with administration's comments, to the August work session. Feedback on the feedback, basically. So that maybe there's, one more layer in here, but we have the legal comments or the attorney's comments. We have, DA's, feedback on the attorney's comments, and then could administration then add in thoughts on that, on both of those? But I don't know if we would, sorry, last thing, I don't know if we'd have to, if we can go ahead and approve it for first read now, if that makes sense, or just asking for it to come back.
I mean, that's all up to the board, right? So I don't, or do you have a response, Vice Chair Rogers, or can I check temperature for consensus?
I do have a response. I have a lot of questions about the policy. Would love to see the PowerPoint in the board meeting or some other place where the full board can see it, understand the processes that the policy has been through. I would even invite an opportunity for the policy committee to go through these steps and hear and talk through with administration and with legal the differences and implications, et cetera, right? Loved that your assessment, Ms. Carter-Otten, about the fact that this doesn't seem to be legal advice. And I would love to hear from the attorneys about why they put the certain comments in and how they feel like their review of the policy was appropriate. So that it can all be worked out and we can approve it with all the things that Ms. Byer mentioned as well. The HR person, and more conversations, discussions with the leaders who have put together the draft policy.
Yes, Ms. Carter.
Your, Ms. Rogers, your mention of those slides and the discussion around wanting to get administration's feedback brought an idea to me. So the slides currently that came to us in policy committee have the attorney's questions or concerns alongside the original recommendation, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's correct.
Right, okay, and then I'm wondering if what we're missing though still, and we see ERO's responses in here, we don't have administration's additional recommendation following seeing the attorney responses, right? That's what really feels like a big gap right now. If that could be added to that, so that the full board can see, okay, well, here's where it was, here's the attorney's concerns, and here's PRO's response, and here's administration's. Again, I want to just acknowledge that all of this is imperfect. We're figuring out how to do it, and it results from the fact that it's kind of, we're doing things a little bit backwards for this one right now. But I feel like rather, I don't want to delay it further. I want the board to get all the information they need in a way they can make sound decisions about it. So just putting that out there as a possibility.
So I'm gonna, did you have a response, Ms. Harrell? Okay, just wanted to see, Ms. Chavez put out, I'm gonna do this backwards. Ms. Carter Otten talked about adding some additional things to the slides to help with clarity. That feels like an important for whoever's taking this up to the next level. Colleagues, we feel good about that? Okay. And then if we, Ms. Chavez mentioned, do we want to, by consensus or a motion to move to, you mentioned two things. One, to approve it for a first read and send it to the August work session. But there was another part that you said first before you mentioned that. Administration to get feedback. Is there any consensus around that? If you can give me a thumbs up if you're interested in that. Moving it on first, I guess if you're gonna move it on first read, we need a motion to that, but sending it to the August work session. All right, I see three, so we do not have consensus on that to move that forward. Ms. Harold Goff.
I just wanted to lift up that the reason why I don't really want to send it back to policy committee is because the thing, like we mentioned, that we didn't do, like, that we learned is that there was this whole thing with legal not being at the meet and confer, not having legal review and it having to go through that. And then we have to tier it and all these other things. And perhaps we would tier it forward, but I believe that because one of the things that we're celebrating with this process is that there was some consensus that was met there, and we have that draft of what that consensus looks like. I would like to, that took a lot of work, and I would like to, in good faith, acknowledge that work that has been done. If the legal advice that was tracked in the draft that came from the meet and confer process that administration and the ERO agreed to, if the language had been strong enough to say that it was illegal, that it was something that we absolutely could not do, maybe I would feel differently. But in light of that, I would be in favor of going ahead and moving it to the August work session with any additional information that we need to do for second read, and going ahead and approving the first read of this draft to acknowledge the work that has already been done, with no track changes, but just with more information to come to figure out what happens with second read. So that feels a little more seamless. And also, even though employees can go ahead and file grievances now without these amendments, it says a lot when the grievance policy, it says a lot when your employees are excited about the grievance policy that they have in place, that they're moving forward, and I think it would do a lot for morale to get that moving as quickly as we can. And then put something in place so that things don't come to us in this condition again, like figuring out, like Ms. Beyer said, how we can enhance the process by not putting the cart before the horse. So I really would not prefer to send it back to to policy committee.
Appreciate those comments. I think Dr. Pittman has a comment, then I have suggestions on how we move forward.
And I do want to lift up, and perhaps Attorney Malone would like to weigh in as well. The feedback that we've received from Tharrington Smith does land us back to the North Carolina School Boards Association policies. And there are components that we, in good faith, in the meet and confer work, we were discussing this without legal counsel there and without an HR, our key leadership, assistant superintendent from HR. We have a good faith policy, and our legal counsel has said there are components within this that need to be looked at more carefully, aligning and considerate within consideration of the School Boards Association policy. I don't know about whether what's in here is illegal. I do know there are concerns about misalignment with state board, the School Boards Association policy, and I feel I just wanted to enter that into the discussion.
Thank you.
I don't know, I know if Mr. Malone would like to add any more.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Malone? It's all right if you don't.
So I think that.
Can you lift the mic up, Mr. Malone?
I
Thank
think that
you.
with policies, you know, there are times where you may say that something is like you can't do this or it's illegal. I think in this particular case, when I went through these comments earlier and talked to Jason about it, I mean, I think we have very serious concerns about the policy as drafted, and I think that the comments kind of reflect those concerns. I mean, there are inconsistencies within the policy. There are some concerns that we do think ought to be discussed. And I don't, you know, what the setting is for that discussion. I mean, I'm certainly flexible to have that discussion wherever or whenever the board would want to do it. But I do think that no, I mean, there's nothing in here that says you can't do this, like we do say from time to time. But there are problems with the flow of this policy and how it would be implemented. And I think that the biggest concern is about the implementation of the policy and staff being able to, both the employees and the, you know, and the administration being able to implement this policy as drafted. We think there are going to be some concerns if we don't address some of these issues.
Go ahead. I haven't. Yeah, I do want to jump in here because I think most people who had wanted to have the opportunity to speak have spoken. And I'll circle back with Mr. Tab after this. I appreciate all of the work that's gone into this policy. That's the draft that's come before us. And I think, you know, as we're navigating these new structures and systems in place, we're finding areas where we need to have our own more alignment and clarity to make sure that we can move the work that we need to do in a timely, efficient, but also effective way. So we're as thorough as possible. I do, you know, as I understand meet and confer, it's agreements between the DPS administration and our employee representative organization. And that agreement, especially when it becomes policy, has to go to the board, right? The board are the policymakers here within our district. And the board, us, created the policy committee as a place to be able to review a lot of those policies. And I appreciate all of the work that the policy committee has done this year. Y'all have really took on a lot of work and have looked at this policy multiple times, but haven't had the opportunity to do the rich discussion that I think feels necessary in order to have a policy that will actually have the impact that we want for our educators, right? If we have something that's not clear or misaligned, then we're actually not setting people up for success. And to me, it feels vital that we set our folks up for success and create policies that do that, and then use some of that vehicle that we created, the structures we created around the committee to have that robust conversation. And I think, you know, the pace of the committee is how fast or how quickly the committee would like to move. And I know, again, it's a lot of work that needs to be done there, but I did not hear any consensus from the board around moving this to an August work session or moving it for first read. So I'm offering up another suggestion of moving it to the policy committee. We can do a strong recommendation that they consider it this fall, but it'd be up to that policy committee and the board to do that tiering process. But again, it follows the processes that we put in place too, to try to think about the board's role as policymakers, which we talk a lot about. All right, Ms. Byer. Sorry, let me circle to Mr. Tab because he hasn't spoken today, and then I'll go to you, Ms. Byer.
Thank you very much. And listening to my colleagues, it seems like there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to this grievancy policy. And as an educator, I just don't want us to feel like we have to rush into anything that truly affects employees to this magnitude, I would love to just offer up here again of having the first read at a work session. That's how I see it, that we can get it to, how long we can get it to the work session so that we can kind of hammer it out a little more. And that would give the administration and the attorneys and the rest of us time to kind of work through those things that you have indicated that raises some concern. So that's where I am. Hopefully my colleagues will join me.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Thank you, Mr. Tam. Mr. Byer.
I am happy to move it wherever the three of y'all want it to be. That's kind of how I'm leaning, but what I would say from listening to Mr. Malone, I don't want us to trivialize the edits that still need to go on. And I think it's going to take some time. So it's a question to me about whether y'all want to sit and wrestle with it in the work session, which I think would take up the majority of your work session or hours for folks that are new, or take it to the first meeting of the policy committee where a smaller group of board members can really work more intently on it. I'm happy to make a motion to take it where y'all want to take it. And no one is, I don't hear anyone trying to not move it forward. It's just where that work is best done is, I think, what I've heard different conversation about. So, heard one. There also seems to be some notion of first read moves it forward or not getting it stuck. But remember that the board always in the future can waive second reading and bring stuff forward on one vote. So I'm not sure. Y'all, where's y'all's consensus? The ones that are going to be here.
I'm for bringing it to the work session for first read with no track changes.
Is that a
We
motion?
can have time to.
Is that a motion, Ms. Harrell?
Right, so yes, so like there are, things that they could go ahead and change and bring another version. I don't want them to change the version just yet. I'd rather give everybody time to submit all the other things that need to be seen and for us to be able to deal with that at the work session.
Who is the they that you would want to get from here to the work session?
The they?
Yeah, you said they would, because you asked for a clean version at the work session, and
No, I'm not asking for a clean version.
Oh, sorry.
What I'm asking for is the draft as it is now that came from Meet and Confer with the track changes from the lawyer, that it just goes straight to, we go ahead and approve that for first read and take all of that to what needs to be worked on for second read. That's what I'm saying.
So your motion is to approve what we have in front of us for first read and move all of this to the work session in August?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Malone.
Can I just clarify that what Jason has provided are comments and discussion points. He has not track changed the document. So he's highlighted issues that need to be reviewed and discussed, some with the administration, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say. I mean, it's not like there are lawyer changes that you have in any of the documents that are in the board materials. At the moment, you just have comments from the lawyer and comments from NCAE to a version that is tracked, sorry.
Okay, so I hear a motion from Ms. Harold Goff. Did you have another
I just wanted to say that is exactly how I understand it. That's exactly how I understand it. All I'm saying is that even like there were comments from DAE that said, yeah, go ahead and make these changes. We're not cool with this. What I'm saying is don't do anything and just leave it as it is. Approve this on first read, move it to the work session. Yeah, so that's the motion.
So we got a motion. Is there a second? So the
Second?
I said, it sounds like the motion's on that. Motion, there's a move by Ms. Haragoff, second by Ms. Chavez, that we would move this, we would approve this policy tonight on first read and then move it how it is currently. No changes to the first work session in August. Any other discussion? I'll go to Ms. Carter on.
What Ms. Chavez had asked for before and what I was trying to flesh out was that we also need, the board also needs to see administration's recommendations though. And so that needs to come, if there's going to be any conversation that's productive in any setting, that's going to need to come alongside what we already see. So I would say that's really important for us to, I would add that. And also, I guess I'm curious to know if this board wants it to go to the work session, what is the difference between approving it on first read to go to the work session and just moving it to the work session? Can you explain that to us, Attorney Malone?
So historically, when boards approve something for first read, it is a policy that is effectively ready to be approved. There may be a tweak here or there that you're gonna do between first reading and second reading. This particular policy seems more like there is drafting that has not yet occurred or finished, but you could certainly approve it for first read and then do some work on it at the next meeting, or you could send it as is to the policy, to the work session. And if the board were to decide that you wordsmith it there and you're comfortable with it, you could then waive second reading. So that's also an option if you were not to approve it for first read. If you didn't feel like it was kind of ready to be approved, but it needed a tweak or two, that would be the other way to go about doing it. But normally, the reason for the first read and second read is that the policy's kind of right, you're done with it, but you still want to just kind of think about it before you approve it. So that gives you that second meeting. This one does not appear to be at that point, but again, maybe it's closer than it seems.
Thank you. That's super helpful. In that case, I would say I'm in favor of moving it to the work session, but I don't think we need to approve it on first read tonight. We just pass it over to the work session, but with the clear request that it comes with administration's recommendations too. And I'd be curious to hear from Dr. Lewis, what you think about that, if that feels feasible. If you think that something else is needed though, between now and when the board discusses it.
I think that is feasible to get our response to that, to the depth and breadth of that response, considering a couple of weeks folks will be out on vacation in July. We could definitely work to get a response from the attorney's feedback ready for the August 13th work session.
Would that include, you said attorney, your administration's response to legal feedback? Okay, got it. Ms. Byer, any?
I think what future board needs is Jason to work with administration and HR to bring a cleaner version, like a cleaner draft, though. It's not, because you said he's just noted things that are inconsistent, that we were doing this flow chart about how fast or slow this whole process would take. I think we're overstating how much the board has spent on this. We haven't really, it's not clean at all, which goes to my significant unreadiness. Y'all can just pass it, but you're going to keep having a bunch of work. If you want to accelerate the work, Jason and administration actually bringing a cleaner version to y'all in a policy committee or a work session is how you move it faster, is my thinking. Am I missing something entirely about how policy works?
Mr. Malone?
Not to make it more complicated, but what in sitting here and thinking about it and reading the comments, I mean, what really almost seems like ought to happen is administration and DAE rep or two, their lawyer, our, whatever, ought to sit down and maybe try to get back and see if we can get the group to coalesce again around something that's a better representation of what the administration and DAE want, but having a lawyer from both sides there to kind of make sure that, it's so that when it comes out of that, it's a cleaner, better version for the policy committee or the work session. Policy drafting is hard work. And it typically doesn't literally occur like at a board meeting, right? There's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into drafting a policy. And it seems like that, to me, is what really needs to happen. I mean, we need to hear from DAE. Let everybody get again, tell us what your point is and what we're trying to accomplish. Find the middle ground again, but find that middle ground. I mean, because some of this is just language issues. I mean, it just is not as well drafted as it could have been. So the idea may be great. There may have been a great decision about an idea, but the way it ended up on paper is just not as clear as it could have been. So it will create implementation problems. I mean, and this is more of a implementation issue. Everybody wants the grievance procedure to work smoothly, but if Dr. Lewis is going to be calling me every day saying, well, what does this mean? How do we implement this? And that's not helping the process, because we're going to be spending a whole lot of time trying to make sense of exactly what he's supposed to be doing at the various steps. So, I mean, that would be my thought. If there's some kind of way that this board maybe would direct that we get the group together again. I mean, it doesn't have to even be a meet and confer meeting, but just get a couple of representatives together and let's see if we can get something that gets us closer to a group. I mean, we want to hear from them. I mean, we don't just want Jason and, and Deb, we don't want that. That's not going to help, because we need to hear what they've got to say about it. So I think if we could figure out a way to bring them all together, that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. We do have a motion on the floor. Ms. Harrell.
My initial reaction or about what we should do was to send it back to meet and confer originally. But then it has to go all the way back to, they got to wait till, I think it's October. Is there a way to asking administration to do what Rod is asking before October, if we were to take it back? Because I feel like if it's going to go through all of that, then to me, that would have been the ideal in the first place. It's like this policy coming from our employees, having the discussion with administration and being excited about how they're going to, be able to submit their grievances, even though they can do it now. So, they've responded already to the comments in the draft and pointed out the ones that, the few that aren't. And what I was hoping is that we could just bring that back to the work session with the additional responses from administration, especially the ones that, responding to what they've responded to. But if you're feeling like with all of that response, we're still not going to be able to do a draft, somehow there'll still be some more alignment or there's still more pieces missing, I would prefer it go back to meet and confer, because of the way, because of the process of what that's supposed to be. And I really do hope that if anything like this comes to the board again from the meet and confer process, that it comes as a recommendation of, we've done this with legal review already. And either we found consistency or we did not, so that the board, can have a cleaner discussion. I'm still wary of sending it back to policy committee though, because that seems harder for getting the voice of our representatives from DAE. It feels harder to get the response in the policy committee. So either I can get on board with bringing it to the work session with all of the things that we need to see, and we figure out what to do with it from there, on first read or not on first read, if we have to make an amendment to the motion, or in lieu of trying to put together some special committee, we send it back to meet and confer, and then have them bring it back to the board, bring their recommendation back to the board with the support of proper legal review. That's all.
Yeah, we're getting a little into new ideas, and I see you, Dr. Pittman. Before we get into new iterations, I do want to ask if we can vote on the motion, because that could help open us up to where we need to go next. And the motion is around taking what we have in front of us, approving it tonight for first read, and moving it to the August work session, if I remember that correctly, Ms. Harold Goff. That was moved and seconded, and so I want to get us to a vote on that.
Was there an amendment offered from Ms. Carter Otten to add, to make sure that something was added? That's what I didn't catch.
It did mention that we had already had consensus on that, so in my mind, that was already built in.
Okay.
If you want to add it as an amendment, you can ask for the second, but.
No, if we had consensus on that, then I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. So it's been moved properly second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, use the same sign. Aye.
Aye.
So it sounded like it failed, the motion failed 7-0, but I'm not sure. Did I capture everyone? Okay. Yeah, all right. All right, so that motion failed 7-0. We had a couple different ideas thrown out around having administration and legal, as well as Durham Association educators and their team, NCAE team, also get together to get a cleaner version of the policy, to have conversations around the comments that are here, and then bring that to the board or to policy committee or to meet and confer. I've heard lots of different options here. Pleasure of the board. Ms. Byer.
I would like to make a motion that we direct administration to work on policy 1750, 7220 with legal counsel from the board, representatives from DAE and DAE's legal counsel, and bring a clean draft of the policy as soon as you all are finished with that work. I don't know what that would look like. I'm going to give y'all the, yep, no time,
Second.
yep.
Second.
It's moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Rogers. We direct staffs to get together to work on this along with NCAE and legal representation. Any other discussion? Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Ms. Harold Goff,
discussion.
I apologize.
So would this conversation also include leadership from Durham Association of Educators?
That was the request.
Okay,
Yes,
I
that-
didn't hear that in the repeat. I just wanted
Yes.
to make sure.
NCAE, DAE representation and their legal representation. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry, Ms.
Aye.
Carter, I apologize, Ms. Carter Otten, I'm sorry.
Well, I like this a lot, and I think it's very important what Attorney Malone raised, which is maintain some integrity to the process and the conversations and who needs to be part of them, and really appreciate the motion. I have a little unreadiness with, I trust that Dr. Lewis and his team will move it as they're able to, but would anybody be in favor of adding a friendly amendment indicating that the meeting will take place no later than X date, and with plenty of room? I see a no from one, but I didn't know what you were thinking about your timeline around this, because I know that I think you've been working on this too since December, so
So I did shake my head. Only reason I shook my head is because DPS is closed on Fridays. The attorneys in various entities are working with various districts, doing the things. And educators all of them that we're calling to the table need to be ready for our students when it comes to back to school. I do still support and will continue to support bringing this to the work session if they can make that happen, because it's work session. I support the motions for when y'all have it ready. I support the August work session if you can get it ready in time for the August work session, given people are on summer vacations and doing the things. If you can't, I would support the September work session. But like, work on getting it done expeditiously without sacrificing the needs of our students in our schools.
I'm gonna swing over to Mr. Is that a response to?
It is just, here again, being an educator, when people are just trying to come back in August, they're trying to get, DAE representatives, maybe trying to get classrooms ready. It's a lot of things that's happening at the beginning of the school year. So I would just recommend that we just say September work session. So that would get them at least through the opening of school. That's just my 2 cents.
Dr. Lewis?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I could get behind the no later than date, and what I was looking at is before we start our next meeting confer session, which is October, so I would say before the October work session, so that gives us August or September work session.
I just don't know that you need a timeline. My worry about taking it back to meet and confer is it feels like you start the process over again. And so if you have, Durham Association educator representation in that meeting with attorneys, hopefully that representation is there. So you're not kind of starting that cycle over again. So this was asked as a friendly amendment to the motion. It sounds like we're settling in September work session. Would you like to accept or?
I heard it is no later than the October
No
work
later than?
session. That's how I heard it.
September
That-
works.
You've got an August? Okay, yeah, that's
No
fine.
later than September work session is what I heard. Do you accept this?
I would accept it and also like want to kind of acknowledge that y'all might have points that you still don't disagree on. And I think you could bring, like, if there's disagreement, those disagreements and different perspectives can still come, right? And that gives you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll get started on it as soon as possible, but I also want to acknowledge that we may not be able to accomplish all the goals in that one meeting, so there may need to be another meeting. So I appreciate the additional time.
Seems like that amendment was accepted and seconded. I just also again want to uplift. We talk sometimes about procedure and policy and structure and following it. And then sometimes we choose when we want to follow our structures or not. We did create the policy committee for this reason, right? To be able to work through and talk through all these questions and to be able to bring the cleanest version of the policy to the board. That is the board's workspace that the board created to deal with policy. So I just want to uplift that. I feel like sometimes we're like, we need to do that. And sometimes we're like, we don't want to today. And so I want to make sure I just put that in space. Ms. Chavez.
Building on to that, I would just mention, I think that one thing that could be considered next year is how community groups and basically anyone outside the board and administration engages with the policy committee. I think there could be opportunities for that so that it's not just a dialectical space. Is that the right word? It's not just a two group space, but there are other entities as well, because we had a lot of those this year who submitted things, and we were engaging with them outside of the meeting, but oftentimes they were right there attending the meeting. So maybe there is a way to bring other groups in during the policy committee.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion?
Can I just,
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, just one clarify.
Mhm.
So what I understand is that we're not necessarily having meet and confer, we're just representatives. Okay, just want to make sure.
Very clear. Thank you for that, asking for the clarity. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. That passes unanimously. All right, thank you all. It feels like we started to get into this conversation in this last item. But the next agenda item is lessons learned from the policy committee process. We have a summary that is included. Am I passing that over to you, Ms. Carter Otten?
Thank you. Would you mind pulling up the slides, please, for this item? So y'all may know my typical bedtime is around 9:30 or 10 on non-board meeting nights. So at 11:15 p.m., I'm really shining. So this is going to be exciting. Do we have the slides, please? Okay, so I'll start. So this was the first year, as we've talked about, of our newly established Board of Ed Policy Committee. And while the policy passed in June of last year outlined a lot of the structures, we spent a good amount of time this year building systems and establishing processes that weren't clearly outlined in the policy or that needed to be fleshed out. So as chair, my intent was to ensure that our work was aligned closely with what the board had put into place for this policy, and also to make progress on as many policies as possible. For better or for worse, those were my goals. So we made a lot of progress, but it was not without challenges. And I'd really like to make sure that moving forward, the board and the committee have the opportunity, they need to tweak some systems and processes as appropriate. So I'm looking forward to having a conversation tonight with some reflections from everybody here on what worked well, what could be improved, and to get the conversation started. And I think on request from someone, I put out a brief survey to get some feedback, just to give us some discussion points. So you'll see in the materials for this evening that there are these slides, but I think better than these slides, although I did put these together, is the full report. So the full report contains the summary. I think it's AI created though, but then there's also the full comments. So of everybody who completed the survey, you'll see like full unedited comments at the bottom of that. So for folks, everybody who's watching at home still at this late hour, you can check out any of that to get all of this feedback. Okay, so anyhow, if you could please advance the next slide. So we had 9 survey participants, and this included the 3 policy committee members, 5 DPS staff members that provided support for the committee, and then 1 board member that was not part of the committee. This was offered to all board members. So we had 9 participants, but then it looked like there were only 6 responses to most of the questions. And because it was anonymous, we don't know who responded to those questions. Please go to the next slide. So the first question, I think I just asked 4 in the survey. The first one was what worked well and why. So respondents named this new open policy submission system that allowed community members, staff, the board to submit ideas for policies, the tiering process that was guided by the policy created by the board, the fact that we had regular meetings, we even had some retreats, we improved our documentation, and we had informative post-meeting updates, and then we all gained some insights into legislative requirements and policy implications. Next slide. This is where it starts to get fun. So then next I asked what was challenging this year and why. So in response, participants said they described a significant backlog of district policies, an overwhelmed policy submission system. I can't recall how many initial policies we had submitted, but many. Dozens might be accurate. And then that led to packed, we had a lot on our plate, and that led to us trying to accomplish a lot more than we were able to, which meant that meeting agendas were rushed and we had challenges with deadlines. There were also some concerns around from some respondents around the transparency of the tiering process. So just want to name that. Also, folks were concerned about some of the structure of the meetings, integration of legal review, as I mentioned earlier, like when that was happening, in the policy committee, and especially policies that came from Meet and Confer to the policy committee. Some folks were concerned about inconsistent participation by board members that were not on the committee. Again, this is a committee that just consisted of 3 members of our 7-member board. So it was pretty small most times. We were really grateful to have folks show up when they were able to, but because we were rushed, it was hard to get perspectives from everybody. So then let's see, if you could go to the next slide, please. So then I asked if you could change one aspect of the committee, what would it be? And there were some really great suggestions. So one, clear process for getting recommendations from administration and from legal counsel and the community. Leadership from the superintendent staff and the board attorney for incorporating legislative updates and community values into policy drafts. So more like of the work being led by superintendent and folks, assigning policies to specific meeting dates and then work sessions to set realistic goals. I think that's a really strong one to kind of, at least from the outset of the year, say, here's what we want to accomplish. Here's when we aim to get these 2 work sessions and board meetings. That could help us stay on track a little bit better. And then incorporating structured rubrics into the assessment of community policy assessments. So the committee members did use a rubric to tier policies, but we didn't let community members know that when we asked them to submit the policies. So I think it could be helpful for them to know when they're submitting them what we're going to be prioritizing them based on. And that's outlined somewhat in the policy, but the next leader of this committee can kind of flesh that out a bit further. Next slide, and I believe it's our last, just asked what other ideas do folks have for improving this work? Again, this is our first year, so we were just trying to see what we could accomplish and what might work. So I think there do need to be some tweaks. I really think this, having a reasonable timeline and meeting cadence, you know, I wanted us to get, I felt like we had so many policies that needed to be updated per NCSBA. We had so many the community suggested, so many the administration wanted, and I wanted to do it all. But that meant that we were in a hurry and like we didn't have enough time to talk about policies often. And we suffered from letting perfect be the enemy of good sometimes, trying to like get to the perfect policy instead of just like one that would be good enough. And we spent a lot of time hashing out a single policy often. And we didn't get to some that we really wanted to, as we were just discussing with the grievance policy. So other feedback was to incorporate legal response into the meet and confer process so that when policies get to the committee, that's already been done and they're coming in a cleaner format. More generally clarify the process for how policies move through meet and confer in the policy committee, and then set time limits on discussions to avoid spending too much time on a particular policy. So we, such that we can't make progress on others. And then maybe even use like a collaborative tool like SharePoint or Teams to try to like make sure we have good document management. So lots of great suggestions. I would love to hear more and more thoughts from board members this evening. And excited to see where this work goes once I'm not doing it anymore. I get to watch from afar.
Thank you, Ms. Carter-Otten, for the presentation, the summary, and for all your work leading the policy committee this year. We know that took a lot of meetings, but also meetings in between the meetings and emails and correspondence going back and forth. So appreciate that. Colleagues, questions, concerns? Vice Chair Rogers.
I'm so grateful for all of y'all taking this and running with it and putting some processes in place that didn't exist even in policy. Very much appreciate it for the hard work. Appreciate the survey, all the ideas here. And I know we want to have conversation. It is late. And we did allow board members to email back their any other support and thoughts that they had on the SOPs from the board retreat. So I wondered if we could do this in a similar way. If there was anything else folks wanted to uplift, that they could send that to the superintendent or to the board clerk or whomever y'all designate so that it's captured. But the other question is, I guess for all of us as a collective, what do we want to happen with the feedback that's in these slides? Because it's not for action tonight. Are we making a recommendation for the next board to change the policy to reflect this, change the processes, or are we just recommending that the policy committee chair look at this and try to make some adjustments? I don't know the right idea. I'm just asking how we go forward.
Do you have a response to that, Ms. Carter Otten? Okay, I'm gonna go to you quickly and then I'll go to Ms. Byer. Oh, okay.
Right. Well, I can share what I was planning to do, and then there might be differences of opinion. So, my plan to be able to hand this off to the next policy committee chair was to provide the feedback along with all of the list of policies that were submitted through various forums, again, from our attorney, from community, all those that we got through this year, and then the ones that we didn't get through this year, so that there would be, and then any that we didn't get to that were tiered, so that they would have that full picture of where we landed and the feedback. In addition to an outline of procedures, so like how things went this year, so they would know how I did things as the chair and be able to build on that if they wanted to.
Ms. Byer.
So I too appreciate all the work and leadership on this. I think this was an incredible learning year and an incredible improvement in tackling a backlog of policy work. To your question, Ms. Vice Chair Rogers, would encourage y'all in the future at one of your retreats to kind of take the feedback that is lifted up here and make this like an hour of y'all's discussion or something, because y'all might need to change things in policy committee language, in meet and confer language. There are some things that would be good to get set right before the fall because there's conflict between them. And you're going to want improved practice. If it were me doing it, I would wonder and ask DAE why they didn't submit any of their draft policies through the portal for consideration by the board, just like any other community group, because I didn't necessarily think the policy work at Meet and Confer was an effective use of y'all's time, nor was there legal counsel there. So I think that's something worthy of like future boards' consideration. I do think we let perfect be the enemy of good sometimes, trying to please the community and get stuff as perfect as possible. And in the past, when we've done this huge backlog, it really has come attorneys and staff kind of leading the charge and bringing us stuff that's mostly clean by the time we see it. And I think a lot of the work we spent and the time we spent was on community submissions, which are great, but it's never clear whether they fit in like with the strategic plan, how they fit in with board goals. Like, how do you respond when the community has so many great ideas, but are they aligned with the work? So I think there's a lot of places y'all can take it, but I think it would be wise for y'all to have this conversation sooner rather than later about some of those key points and how it's going to work next year.
Ms. Rogers.
Appreciate all those responses. I'm curious, Ms. Carter Otten, about all that you're putting together for the next policy committee chair. You're planning to hold on to that, but once you leave the board in the period where, because according to the policy, there won't be a policy committee chair appointed until the August work session. So how do we do the gap?
What? I know. Sorry, I know you had, sorry, Ms. Carter, I'm jumping in here, but I would ask that that gets submitted to board clerk and superintendent, and so they can be the custodians of those records and documents, and then that can be passed on to the next person. But I don't know if you had a different thought, Ms. Carter.
No, that's fine. I was going to leave it up to the will of the board who it goes to, but certainly not holding on to it. I'd like to pass it off. Let someone else.
Appreciate that. I do have a couple of comments and one, I think in one of the narratives it was mentioned that it's been 10 years since we've done some policy work, and we did policy review around 2018, 19, 2020, and we did a full policy review then. So it's been a little less than 10 years since we've done some of this policy work. And we're taking it up again, right? Because we need to get on a more regular cadence, which I think is important on looking and updating our policies. I think one thing I was curious also about is we also had legal representation in all of our policy committee meetings, and I didn't see comments from um our legal representations. I'll be curious to get their feedback as well in the policy committee notes. And I don't know if we want to open up the survey again or just have them submit a memo, and curious on reflections and best practices from other districts, right? We're not the only district that does a policy committee, and curious if they could also bring some of that in from what they've seen this year and recommendations for the future. I think that'd be helpful as another entity who was in that space. And I think
Can I
this,
add one thing to that?
yes.
I'd love to see the invoice for the attorney at the policy committee. Just policy committee.
Yeah, we keep that separately. We can do it.
Would love to see that, if everybody's okay with that.
Sounds without any objection. All right. And I think this was stated a little bit before, but continue to think about how policy committee works with the different other policies and bodies here. I think, and continuing to create some really clear procedures around each one of those, I think will be really helpful for the upcoming year. So those are only my thoughts. Any other comments about this presentation? Well, we thank you, Ms. Carter, for your work. We can talk about how we make this transition over to the new crew. The next item on our agenda is for information only. We have two reports that are listed here for the board to review. And following that, we have a closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-0. And with that, we are in closed session. To all those who are watching us, we will not come back live streaming. So good evening.